Yo, hello. Yo, 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 yo. How's it going? Oh man, this is very chill, isn't it? Very chill vibe. Right, I've not even got my glasses on. I can't see properly. I'm squinting. Turbulence, turbulence, turbulence. Oh, oh. Yo. Right, let me just get fucking sorted. I'm not even ready yet at all. I just literally just got out of the shower and I haven't got a fucking clue what is going on. I'm going to vote. I'm going to read all the policies of all the different governments, all the different parties, and I'm going to vote for the most racist one. That is the plan. Yeah, it is. Okay. Bingus. Say bingus, everyone. Say bingus. Bingus, bingus, bingus. 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 Chudlogic, more like chud lefty. I don't want to make this whole thing all about, well, we're obviously going to have to talk about a big thing that's happened overnight that, that's quite funny, but also quite tragic. And then we'll get into some just some chill UK election discussion and coverage. But yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm not looking to turn this in. I don't want to do like a politics stream like, oh, anyone that's in the UK should go and do that. I literally don't care who you vote for. Vote for who you want. I just want to have a good time. That's my main thing, okay? What happened? With what? Well, I mean, obviously, I covered something yesterday, which, funnily enough, is the first time I've covered the guy for a while because I don't really, I'm not an A-log. And yeah, I mean, it is, what the fuck? Why can't I? Scenes, sources. Dude, what? Why can't I add? Oh, there we go. Dude, this is stupid. Why is it so complicated? I just want to add an image. All right, there we go. It's not really a secret. I said yesterday, but yeah. Oh, for fuck's sake. I can't stream on normal stream today, and I've got basically I don't have much time to stream, so just doing a little chill short stream on this channel about the UK election was what I thought would be good. Hello, welcome. We're actually doing some politics today for the first time in a while, but there is a little bit of drama first that we need to talk about. Right, guys, let me just add a little something because I know what you guys are like. You need something to look at least. Right. Oh, shit. No. Otherwise, you guys are going to be able to... Wait, where is it? No. Oh, it's on the desktop. Yo! There we go. Look at that, eh? Perfect. Perfection. What goblin short stacks am I looking at? Oh, okay. Right. Let's get started. Yeah, I did. Well, maybe I should bring back the what do you call it? The black thing. You're an imp short stack. Uh-oh. Don't tell Vosh. Why do you randomly get replaced by a Wojak in your videos sometimes? I don't normally. I was having problems with my camera. And yes, I will get a fucking. I need to get. I'm going to get a proper decent setup camera thing. That is the plan. Right. Okay then. Chud's broke. Actually, I was kind of. I mean, it's not like I've not got the money. It's just I didn't have any money in my current account, or what's it called in the US? Checking account? Is that it? But I just got my YouTube paycheck, so that's all good. It's all gravy. I don't need to. I don't need to beg for PayPal money for groceries. It's all good. I don't need to have a DSP moment. No, you don't need to donate it to a camera fund. Okay, I can afford to buy my own equipment. It's all good. Okay, we're not going to do a summerton either. Hey guys, I really need money because I'm desperate, and then buy a fucking $5,000 camera or whatever. I don't really. DK does all of that, really. You know, DK does everything of the YouTube stuff. Basically, it's a place to kind of put stuff that maybe we're not sure about on the main channel, but some of the videos have popped off, which isn't a problem because it's the same. It all goes into the same pot, really. Like some of the videos on the second channel have exceeded expectations. But yeah, I mean, it's not always, you know, exactly like there's probably some stuff that could go on the main channel and vice versa, but it's not. I don't really, you know. Some people are very meticulous and very like analytical with it. I just like as long as there's enough money coming in, I'm good. Just put it wherever. Thoughts on BLM? Well, I tell you what, right, I'm actually ready to start talking about a few things. So, first of all, we've obviously got to talk about this because I covered him yesterday, and this is absolutely fucking enormous news. So, for those of you that don't know, basically, Rekieta Law came to prominence. Initially, he covered the lawsuit involving Dick Masterson and Maddox, and then he kind of turned to like covering law-related stuff. You know, so he covered like the Rittenhouse case, he covered the Depp Heard case, and he generated quite a kind of like significant following and a respected following by covering it from like a kind of right-wing perspective. And he was often quite good at calling the plays on it and knowing what was going to happen. And I think he kind of, you know, correctly predicted the kind of outcomes with the Rittenhouse case and the Depp case. So he's clearly like quite knowledgeable and, you know, insightful when it comes to the law, you know, covering these cases. But then there was like this kind of change, and he went from covering kind of the more stringent kind of law stories to then kind of talking about weird kink shit on stream, drinking a lot, allegedly doing drugs and stuff like that. And it kind of accumulated yesterday or the other day where he had this stream where he was like blind drunk, pretending to jerk off as a meme, but it looked like it was real, and people were like mocking him for that, right? Okay. So that's kind of where we were having looked at it yesterday. There's been a further update. He's been arrested. Nicky Rackets has been arrested for possession. So that's his wife. That's obviously him. That's his mugshot. And that is, I think this is like an ex-wife of a friend of his who I think is also staying there. And the rumors are that they're in some sort of like tryst, some sort of like tryst or something, like some sort of weird three-way type relationship. No, Smaggle was not lying. This is true. This has happened. So there's Nick's mugshot. Oof, that's rough, dude. That is rough. My take on it was like, for me, I see it as tragic to see someone who had such renown and such a reputation squander it all through degeneracy, drinking, and drugs. But I also obviously found it funny because, you know, it's like a lolcow thing, you know? And I thought that some people, and I still think this, are being cringe. Like, so there's a lot of people, like for example, right? There are people who would have been like hand wringing about how terrible they felt about this guy, and like they hope he gets better soon. That were then like laughing at him getting fucking arrested, right? Because people pretend to care about stuff, but they don't really care. And I think there's a lot of virtue signaling that happens. But also, there's other people too. Like we watched that guy yesterday, the Dragon's Treasure, the anime T guy, and he put together a video having had a connection with this guy, having had his business helped by his attention and by his promotions, and he kind of pointed out that he stopped watching him because he changed, and I was like, okay, that's fair. You obviously do have more of a connection and you do care. How does this relate to BLM? I don't want to talk about BLM right now. Why are you bringing up BLM? There's nothing to do with this at all. I will play video games at some point, probably. Yes, sure, at some point. But yeah, I mean, it is tragic, and I just think that, like I was saying yesterday about, like, I saw that like Dick Masterson, who's friends with Nick, was like sweeping for him. But I saw today he was like, okay, you win, I take the L. Yes, he's now in prison. That sucks. But yeah, I mean, pretty crazy stuff. It is like rock bottom, yeah. And they say that you need to be at rock bottom to sort your issues out. He used to be like family over all, don't do drugs, love your wife, love your kids. Well, yeah, and that's the other thing I think people like need to understand too, is that this guy presented himself, in a certain way. Like if you present yourself as a family man and then you do stuff like this, that massively goes against all the values and stuff that you promote. One sec. Stream on second channel covering Nick Rekieta getting arrested, then some UK election stuff. There we go. Right. Chud is at rock bottom right now. I mean, obviously, I've had times in my life where things have been hard, and I've made suboptimal decisions, shall we say? But never like this. I've never in my life, touch wood, I've never been arrested. So hopefully that continues. Nope, never been arrested. The only time I've had like issues is being stopped by the police because they thought I was a robbery suspect when I was like 17 or 18. But they let me go. They just took my details and let me go. If you're arrested, soy face. I'm not planning on getting fucking arrested, to be honest with you. Can I show this on screen? Is this okay to show? I don't know if there's anything here. Nick's been arrested. I mean, these are public figures, right? So I'm sure it's fine. Both Kayla and Nick. So yeah. Drugs, 5th degree. Okay, what the fuck is this? Possession of ammo, any firearm, user of controlled. All right, drugs, 5th degree, possession. So that means, I guess, that, and from what I've read as well outside of this means that they were in possession of a weapon whilst they were on drugs. Is that right? Ludwig, what is Ludwig covering this? Ludwig showed Kiwi Farms. That's kind of crazy. But yeah, this is apparently the missus, the ex missus of one of his ex friends or something. I mean, she looks like she'd be quite tidy, if not for the fucking drugs, you know? Oh, you're kidding, okay. Why? Oh my god. Questions, questions, questions. You all questions, 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 questions. Because I didn't update it. I'm an idiot. There we go. Boom. Right, I've taken it out now, okay? Tidy. You know, a sort. A bit of a sort. You know what that means? This is English time today, okay? No, it just means like a reasonable looking woman, you know? Well, she cleans up like a shiny new penny. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, there we go, guys. Pretty wild stuff. Dude, there's like bro, what is this? I just clicked on the fucking arrest thing. As expected. Oh my god, dude. There are some absolutely horrors mixed in here. Dude, what the fuck? This is comedy gold. Bro, look at all this. Average arrested Americans, you could say. What are some of these crimes? Criminal sexual conduct to the first degree. Oh, Robert here. Robert. Criminal sexual conduct to the first degree is what you've been arrested for. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. What's this? Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Bernard here. Threats of violence. Ooh. Assault second degree, assault first degree. Yeah, that adds up. Oh shit, there's a fucking wigger. We got a fucking wigger. What the fuck? Deandra. They got your mans. They got your mans on sex assault charges. Yeah, I'm probably going to cover this more on my normal stream on my next stream, which is going to be Sunday. But I had to touch on it a bit. Whoa! Imagine this guy coming at you. I have a very instinctive fear of a black, honestly, like looking like that at me. You know what? Oh my god, man. Hello. She's the kind of bird that if she put a bunch of makeup on, you would be bamboozled by her. But she's clearly a drug-addled freak. Nah, come on. I wasn't. Listen, I'm not actually looking to get into all the mugshots right now. Okay, it was just a funny little bit. Is this guy a pedo? No. Anyway, there is a few other things to look at before we get into some election memes. So let's have a little look at this. I've got some bookmarks here, I think. Okay. So, right, first of all, let's have a little look at this. We've seen the custody stuff already. Right, here we go. This guy's going to break it down.
If you called me, here's what I tell you. You know, it's guilty of a controlled substance. This is LawTube's 9/11, chat. I'll coin that now. YouTube's 9/11. The big 10,000-pound gorilla in the room. Nick Rekieta was arrested today.
Right, this guy's fucking.
And I know for a lot of you people are gonna, all the jokes aside, he was actually arrested today. He was booked in the Kandiyohi County Jail. and we'll start with that because that's the first thing we know. And you know what? And the way I'm looking at this, guys, what we're gonna try to do here is I'm gonna try to treat this um like it's me dealing with, like, if you called me and said, "Hey, my friend or my cousin or somebody is in jail. What do we do?" Well, you start off by telling me, like, who are they? Where are they at? What happened? And sometimes I don't know any of that information other than their name. And I said, okay, well, what city was he arrested by? And they'll tell me, like, oh, was arrested by like the Painesville police. Okay, so I know it's like the Lake County, Ohio jail. Or they might say, oh, the Shaker Heights police arrested him. Okay, so he's downtown in Cuyahoga County jail. And I start from there trying to figure out what's going on.
It's
Because
not me.
from there, I
No,
can
it's not
figure out
me or AI
some basic
me.
information, especially if they just got arrested. I mean, that's all we have. And now we don't, well, what happened? What did they get arrested for? Well, we actually have that. And that information is here at the Candioi County Jail. And these
Oh
are their
shit!
in
Look,
custodies as of
these ones I just showed you.
1949 hours. So as of 7:49, 10 to 8 Central Time, here's who's in custody. Now there's a bunch of people, so we get all the way down to where things are. And obviously Nick has been arrested, so has his wife Kayla.
Oh,
And then April Imholt from Steel Toe Morning Show has been arrested as well. Now, if you notice, these guys all, like, what are their charges now? And that's where you start with. You start with what are their charges? Um,
it's just so crazy that it happened. Just after that stream. But and then I guess in a way it isn't, because he was clearly like that because he's fucked up over this case and a judgment being ruled against him. Like obviously he's cut up about it and it's gone off on the deep end. I mean, how does it affect your law shit if you get prosecuted of a crime? Do you get like struck off or something? How does that work? I would have thought that if you're a convicted felon, being a lawyer is probably going to be tricky. But then, I mean, in some ways, you're probably the most knowledgeable about the law because you've gone through it. Oh, that's rough, dude.
yeah. So what do we start with? Well, you start with, like, okay, what are the charges here? And the basic charge, the first charge is court pending. Now, these are just the basic charges they were arrested on. This doesn't mean what they're eventually going to formally be charged with in a charging complaint or an indictment or whatever it is down the road. This is just what they got arrested on. So let's start with that. And as cop says, all suspects are innocent.
By that logic, Tyrone is your best lawyer. Now listen here, Cracker. Let me tell you about the law, Cracker.
To prove it guilty in the court of law. And that's true for them as well. So what do we know about Nick and Kayla? They both have companion charges. All right. So he was charged with violating Minnesota statute 152.025.2, subsection 1. Well, what is that? What does that actually mean? Well, we can figure that out pretty quick. So what is Minnesota statutes? Well, 152.025 is controlled substances and crime in the 5th degree. We'll get to what 5th degree means.
Okay, Monkey Prick, who seems to know quite a lot about this, at least in the Discord, is saying a lot of stuff. He will certainly have it revoked and have to go to rehab, show sobriety to get it back at the minimum. Right, okay. That kind of makes sense. That's probably true, right?
So a person is guilty of a controlled substance in the 5th degree. And like I said, guys, we're going to break it down. This is how I break it down. And obviously, if I found all this out and I saw this in Ohio, I wouldn't have to like read through this. But if you called me, here's what I tell you. It's guilty of a controlled substance crime in the 5th degree. Maybe sentence is provided. Okay. But it's not a sale issue. So we can skip this part, right? We can go, yep, doesn't matter. But what can we then move on to? We can then move on to the possession and other crimes. So you don't have to panic about the first part. A person's guilty of a controlled substance crime in the 5th degree if they unlawfully possessed one or more mixtures containing a controlled substance classified in Schedule 1, 2, 3, or 4. Now, what is 1, 2, 3, or 4? Well, most states just literally copy the federal schedule.
Oh, yeah. In the UK, we got Class A, Class B, and Class C drugs. So this is the same. So is that all of the different scheduled substances? Is that everything from like heroin to, I don't know, speed or whatever?
So that's going to be the issue there. That doesn't mean, going back to what Nick and Kayla have, that doesn't mean they're looking at, he had a possession 1 drug, a Schedule 2 drug, a Schedule 3 drug, and a Schedule 4. All this is saying he had like 1 or more parts of these. Maybe it's a Schedule 2, maybe it's a Schedule 3, maybe it's a combination of 2 or 3. I mean, like, I will say, going back to that show, based on my experience dealing with.
Okay. Okay, yeah. So Schedule 1 are the good ones. So a Schedule 1 are the best ones, right? Schedule 1 are defined as drugs with no currently accepted medical use and a high potential for abuse. Heroin, LSD, marijuana. What? Wait, is marijuana a Schedule 1 substance in the US? Associated with the likes of heroin? That's crazy. That's fucking nuts, dude. In the UK, I think it's to be honest with you, when you're younger, you pay more attention to it, but obviously as I'm older, I don't really care anymore. Ecstasy, dude, all the best ones. Marijuana shouldn't be in there though. Um, Schedule 2 substances or chemicals, high potential for abuse, can lead to severe psychological. Wait, so marijuana is a Schedule 1 substance and considered probably, I'd imagine, the most serious. But fentanyl is only a Schedule 2 substance. What, because it's got some usage, I guess? Fuck me, man, that's backwards. God, America's fucking retarded with some of this stuff, isn't it? Hey? Ketamine. Wait, and ketamine's Schedule 3! Bro, this is your country's too fucking confusing, bro. This is fucking backwards. Okay.
Clients, yeah, the way he reacted and the way he kind of took off like a rocket at one point, it's probably some stimulant in there. Well, the scary thing about that is, depending on what he was using, and let's just presume he was riding the White Stallion, doing a little bit of that cocaina, that yayo.
It's like with your dates. We've got it in a more kind of like, date, month, year. You're like, month, date, year. And then you've got the fucking drugs all over the place, bro.
Snow. He was skiing. Nose beers, whatever you want to call it. Booger sugar. The scary part about that is, cocaine is not pure cocaine. That's like a 1980s thing. You're not going to get pure cocaine. You're going to get cocaine with something in it. And one of the very common things they put in a lot of times is, like meth or, fentanyl, which, like none of that's good. They put in all kinds of stuff. They use gasoline to help distill cocaine. So if you're snorting coke, you're ingesting petrochemicals.
They saw that photo of Casey Tron and put weed as Schedule 1 based.
As well. So it could be a combination of any of this stuff. So who knows? Who knows what it is? I don't think it involves anything involving, and it just based on the way Nick has been, and he's talked about using drugs, I don't think there's any issue about him attempting to procure or possessing a controlled substance through any of the following means. And by this part here, like fraud, deceit, misrepresentation, subterfuge, using a false name or giving false credit, or falsely assuming the title of, this is all like stealing pharmaceutical drugs. So I don't think any of this applies to Nick. I really think it's just based on what they've cited. It's up here at the top. It's this stuff. He did something. He possessed something. I don't know what yet. And Garrett says, you'd be nuts to trust Coke any.
Okay, can we stop the coke, please? With your fucking look. Come on. You Yankoids have got like fucking some brain rot with this stuff. Dude, the metric system makes so much more fucking sense. Dude, look at this. Yards to a mile. 1,760 off screen. Dude. Oh my god. This is it. This is the fucking. This is the thing. This is what you guys need. Okay, trust me.
These days, yeah. I mean, how many clients I've had where they're like, I was snorted a rail and then I OD'd. It's like, no shit. And they're like, well, whoops. And I'm like, yeah, that's a whoops. That's a whoops. That
Have
happens
fun
a
at
lot.
work.
And they're like, oops. And they're like, well, how did that happen? I'm like, well. And they're like, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Now, ultimately, I'm like I said, I'm not here to laugh. How is this going to work for him? Well, we'll get to the next part. It's like, how did he get arrested? I don't know. Did the police respond to a call for service? Maybe.
My guess would be that a troll did it. That's my theory. I reckon that some troll probably put in a call and got the police out. Because I just don't see how else it could have occurred, right? I reckon a fucking troll called the police department and fucking got someone around to his house. They found him in a state and then arrested him because he had fucking drugs on him or some shit. That's my guess.
Maybe there was a call for like domestic violence. Maybe there was a call for a disorderly conduct. Maybe there was a welfare check called. Maybe some A-log dropped a dime. Now, do I think somebody like this ended up being like a? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, the police could have hit the house and put a warrant together and then raided the house. We don't really know. There's no knowledge of this yet. So we're kind of in the dark ultimately about what the charges are. And then I know a lot of people are saying, well, what type of things is he facing? Well, those were 5th-degree felonies. It's a potential maximum of up to 5 years in prison. He could, he's facing a couple years in prison on that. Now, here's the deal.
Hell.
That's the worst case scenario.
Yeah.
It's faced up to 5 years, in prison or jail and a fine of up to $10,000. Does that mean he's going to get it? No. That's the worst case scenario. Does that mean like Nick's not going to make license plates at the state pen? That ain't happening. People are bringing up because the cops have been watching his streams. Very likely. That's why you don't do fucking illegal things on TV. As Stringer Bell has frequently said,
Nigga, is you taking notes on a criminal fucking conspiracy? What the fuck is you thinking, man?
I mean, that also applies to just like, don't document your fucking crimes. I mean, this
they
right here,
self-snitch.
Tattle machine, but this thing right here, you guys, it's an even bigger tattle machine. So don't do it. Don't do it. I highly recommend you don't do it. I really recommend you don't do it. So what happens from here? Well, we got to get to the second crime first. I know you guys want to know that. The second crime he got charged with, and if we go back to what he got charged with, it is 6.24.713.1, possessing ammo or firearms users of controlled. That means, and we'll kind of skip to it here, it's certain persons not to possess firearms. The following, and it says ineligible persons. The following persons shall not be entitled to possess ammunition or a pistol or semi-automatic military-style assault weapon. Remember, this is Minnesota, where the Farm Labor Union is the name for the Democratic Party. They're fucking wackos out there. Except for Clause 1, any other firearm. So Clause 1 talks about people under the age of 18 who are may possess it if they're in the actual presence of an adult, if it's for military drill, purposes of instruction, on a firing range, and all these other things that are out there. Okay, cool. We don't have to worry about that. That's not what he's charged with. We have to get down to the bottom. Part 10. A person who was convicted in any court by a crime punishable by a term exceeding 1 year. Nope. Fugitive justice. Nope. If you guys are looking through this all right here, this looks like 18 U.S.C. 922G. It is. Is the unlawful user of any controlled substance defined in Chapter 152? Huh. We just looked at Chapter 152. That's the drug statute in Minnesota, so that's why. So there you go. And from what I can tell, that's another 5th-degree felony. A felony in the 5th degree.
I mean, the reality is, unless there's an angle with which a procedural issue has happened or something that could be argued, he's probably just going to take a plea deal, right? Like, the guy's a fucking lawyer. He knows what's what. Unless he can, I mean, hopefully he's going to choose, because they do, what do they say? Even if you're a lawyer, you should always get someone to represent you, right? So hopefully he's going to get someone to represent him. Either they can argue, I guess, some sort of procedural issue, or there's some mistake and it's not him that's done it, which seems unlikely. Other than that, he'll probably take a fucking plea deal, right? He'll probably take, a slap on the wrists to make it go away, I'd presume. Depends on what the drug is, too. People were talking about him maybe doing coke. Obviously, cocaine is generally considered pretty serious stuff. But possession for personal use, I mean, yeah, it's probably not going to be that crazy.
Somebody like Bruce Rivers knows it's better than I do. There's other attorneys out there that know better than I do. But yeah, he's looking at a lot of time. This isn't good. Drugs and guns are never a good mix. Now, the funny thing is, from what we can tell, when Nick goes has displayed his guns before, the 2 guns he owns, he has to go somewhere and get them, so they're locked up and safe.
He could have bought a kilo of fake coke from a Fed. I mean, maybe. Anything's possible. That seems pretty far-fetched, but sure, I guess it's possible.
But still, they're under his possession, his control, his, possession is exerting dominion over an item. So even though they're locked up, he has the safe. He has the access. He's got the codes. So he's possessing them.
Oh, that's interesting. So even if you're not holding the gun, if you're taking drugs in your abode and you have a gun safe there, you can get done on a possession issue. Is that right? Damn, that's crazy. Yeah, Jesus. So the idea is, yeah, you could get so fucked up that you go to the gun safe, pull out a gun, and start fucking blasting. Yeah, I presumed it meant like he was holding it or something and waving it about. Not it's just in the safe. Damn, that's fucking well. I don't know, man. That seems a bit. I thought this was America, bro. I thought this was the land of the free, bro. You can't do drugs in your own house if you got a gun safe. Fuck off, dude. What would the founding fathers have said about this shit, bro? I'm sure they were fucking hopped up on opium, weren't they? Jesus.
And Kayla lives in the house. It's her house. She has access to that safe. She's possessing them. April is not. You guys notice April was only charged with possessing.
Don't do illegal drugs then. Okay, but okay. I'm going to become fucking libertarian brained here, okay? No, I'm not going to get into it. Okay. Let's not fucking get into it, all right?
Drugs. Because she doesn't have, that's not her house. She's not, they probably don't presume she has dominion over the guns. So that's why she's there. Now, what's all this mean for them?
I just think that people, if they want to do drugs in the privacy of their own abode, I think you should be allowed to do that without significant punishment or any punishment, right? Okay? Drugs are only illegal because the state makes it illegal, okay? Rise up, you've got nothing to lose but your chains, okay? Rise up against the government that has unfairly made heroin and cocaine illegal, okay? We are going to fight back and we're going to get our rights back to take cocaine and heroin whilst having a gun locked away in our safe in our house.
Well, they're looking, yeah, is it a bullshit gun charge? Yeah. And Christine says, what drugs? I don't know what drugs they are. Nick's talked about doing Molly before, and, you know, an MDMA, ecstasy. I mean, when he came out, he had stuff on his nose, so some sort of drug he was snorting. I don't know. Cocaine, fentanyl, meth. I mean, I doubt it was fentanyl because he, like, fired up. But, like, Adderall, like, any number of prescriptions or things that were legally obtained.
You got nothing to lose but your children. You've got nothing to lose but your children, who have tragically been shot in a drug-fueled, gun-related accident. But at least, you know, at least we got our freedom back.
So that's presumably what it is. Something. I just don't know. Yes, Bruce Rivers, the criminal lawyer. Yes. And when you're on stream with stuff on your nose, I consider that self-snitching too. So gotta stop. So what happens from here? Well, the next step. Okay, we know what he's charged with. We know what he's facing. Well, now he's in jail. He has to go to court. Okay, where's he going to go to court? Well, from what I understand about Minnesota, it's Candy-Ojai County, and they have a district court. And Wilmar, Minnesota is just down the road from Nick. And from what I can tell here, and this is, guys, this is what I'm going off of based on my...
What? Yeah, well, someone said something. I do agree. Listen, in all seriousness, okay, I understand. I do get it, right? But someone said in chat something like, okay, but it's to disincentivize you from doing something that will destroy your life. Do you know what we call that over here? Nanny state. Nanny state. Let people fuck their lives up, for fuck's sake.
Every state is different. So, like, district court has original jurisdiction in all civil, family, probate, juvenile, criminal, traffic cases filed in a county. We don't do that in Ohio. That's a completely different system. So, presumably, he's going to be here dealing with this court. Now, I don't know what judge he's going to be in front of. I assume there's probably not too many judges. It's a very rural county. But when's he going? I don't know. And the reason why I don't know is I looked up their court doc for the date range of 5/23 to 5...
Yeah, so the thing is, these kids at home, is it correct that there's kids in the house? How old are these kids? Dude, I would never, in a million fucking years, never would I ever do drugs in the house that my fucking children are present at. That's nuts, dude. That is like grotesque behavior to me. God, it's fucking shameful. Like, at least fucking go out to a party or something once in a while. Not in the house that your kids are at, dude. That's mental. What happened to freedom? Well, listen, look. I just think the kid thing is important, and yeah, at least lock the kid in the bedroom and go out to a club. Well, no, don't lock the kid up. Get a babysitter or something and go and have a fucking party. You know, and take it easy. Don't go crazy. I don't know, man. That's pretty fucked. That's a pretty fucked thing. You know, clearly this guy is hit rock bottom and is fucked, you know, which makes some of the sweeping that I saw even funnier yesterday.
30. This is there for the next 7 days. Obviously, this is subject to change, but for right now, this is what they've got. Category civil criminal. Okay. And if we scroll down right now in the R's, nothing.
Chat was aid.
Okay.
How so?
Well, that doesn't mean a whole lot for us. I will say this is a bit of an issue because, you know, Nick says he doesn't like this judge, and that's Judge Fisher on his case of Monty. So it's like, oh boy. Hopefully he hasn't seen any of the streams lately. But going back to the feed here of the court, they talk about the calendars posted at 7 a.m. each day and updated hourly throughout the day. So I don't know. I'd say starting at 7 a.m. tomorrow, you might know whether or not Nick is going to court or not. He's going to be subject to an arraignment. Oh, why did this not show up here? Okay. So, oh, God, I boomered it, didn't you? So he's going to be subject to an arraignment. But I don't know what's going to happen because right now, searching through this is the alpha roster for Candioi County. He's not on it. But that makes sense. He literally just got arrested today. The police have to finish filing their charges. They probably worked on it throughout the day. He was taken to the clerk of court. Could he be in front of the judge tomorrow? Sure. You'd like to think so, because otherwise he might sit for a little while. I don't know if they do weekend, like, because it's a 3-day weekend, they might do a Saturday court. I doubt in a place like that they do. But he could be sitting all weekend, could be sitting until next week. And then it becomes an issue of what kind of, bond is he going to get? Well, it's Minnesota, so I think probably as of right now, I don't think Minnesota has removed cash bail. They were trying to remove it, but even then, if they did, from what I understand, it was meaning of misdemeanor level offenses. For Nick, that's not where he's at right now.
Oh my God. Could you imagine if it somehow gets to trial and it gets fucking televised? And then people are covering his trial oh my God, bro. Dude, that would be the ultimate, wouldn't it? The ultimate fucking bottom of the barrel. Going from covering high profile cases, high profile internationally discussed cases in a really good way that's respected, to others covering your own fucking hearing. Oh my God. Oh man, that's rough.
Does that mean he's going to get like $100,000 bond or something crazy?
Pure absolute cinema.
No, not at this point. These are, relatively speaking, these are low-level offenses. What would I say if I were like representing Nick right now? I'd be like, Your Honor, good morning. These are low-level offenses. They're not offenses of violence. Yeah. My client has no criminal record. Nick has no criminal record outside this. Neither is Kayla. Like, they have no criminal record. They have a home. My client is employed. He's self-employed. He runs his own business. They have a place to stay. They are members here in the community. They're not a flight risk. Yeah, I presumably he'd get some sort of personal recognizance bond or a very, very, very low cash bond. I would presume a recognizance bond. That would make a lot of sense here. To have him say like $50,000. Bam. Bond? Yeah, he's well established in the community. All kinds of stuff. I don't think it's going to happen to him. I would presume so. We'll get to the kids in a second, guys. And yeah, 11 2 times. That's why I said Tuesday. Monday's a holiday. Monday's Memorial Day. So guess what? Courts ain't open. I don't go to court. I don't,
Oh, okay. So basically, he doesn't have to pay any money up front, but if he doesn't do something, he then has to pay money. Is that what it is? So presumably, if he ends up like not turning up to a hearing or something, then maybe money's okay. I think that's what it is.
Can't file nothing, so ain't nothing happening here. I presume he gets some sort of personal recognizance bond, or an OR bond, or an ROR bond, whatever you want to call it. He could probably get out of jail without having to front any money. And even if he does, it's his family. Like the family will be able to put some money together. They'll probably be allowed to post 10% with the court. I assume you can do that in Minnesota. At the very least, they go to a bondsman and get money. That's not going to be an issue with getting him out. What's going to happen though? There's going to be pretrial release conditions. He's going to be, at his arraignment, he can enter a plea not guilty. Cool. He's going to be told he can't associate with co-defendants. That's a little bit different because him and Kayla are married and they share a house and they're presumably together. Who knows? I don't know. Maybe Kayla goes and hangs, like her family's in the area. I don't know what they'll do. But certainly April is going to get told, you can't fucking go back because she was there. They're going to tell her, go the fuck somewhere else. But the judge will probably say, like, other than your wife, you're to have no contact with any defendants. You refrain from any drugs or alcohol, especially alcohol. I mean, they might have him report to pretrial services because this is a drug case. So he might have to drug test. And I don't know how they do it in Candy County. They might put a scram, like one of those bracelets on his leg that can detect alcohol. They might put him on you get a call every day. You've got color and you have to call and see if your color's up. I don't know what their pretrial release system is currently. So a lot of this is in the air. A lot of it's in the air what's going to happen. From there, what about their kids? I don't know where this happened at. Presumably this happened at their house.
Okay. Yeah. I've I got some clips from that, but yeah, we'll look at the video as well. Okay, we will talk about the UK election at some point, okay? But this is big news.
And I just mentioned that because it looks like he's not charged with like an OVI offense. It doesn't sound like it was like in the news, like a crash or anything like that. So the police showed up, they arrested Nick and Kayla, and they're going to say, like, okay, well, what about your kids? Now, even the kids who are like 16 years old are under, the state has to figure out what's going to happen with them. So they probably said to Nick and Kayla, hey, who can watch these kids? Who can take them right now? Someone has to come get them. I know Kayla's family's in the area. I know Nick's family. I know his parents snowbird, but they come back up in the summer. So they might be in town. They both have family in the area. And they said, okay, because otherwise the county has to pick him up and put him somewhere. Now, presumably CPS came and was like sitting with the kids, making sure they're all okay. And then Nick's family or Kayla's family picked them up because they're going to look for kinship placement. That's
because I was just literally going live today to talk about UK election stuff on just a chill stream, second channel, more low key. And then this happens, and I'm like, well, I've got to talk about it a bit. And then we're 45 minutes in. I'm still talking about it. I will save some stuff for the main channel on Sunday, because I'm not streaming that again until Sunday as well. So we'll have to. There'll be more stuff that happens as well, I'm sure.
It's the first place you go is kinship placement. Can someone take care of these kids right now? So those kids are going to be with somebody. And given the fact there's allegations of drug use in the home and who knows what else is being alleged, the kids are not going to be allowed to be in home with Nick and Kayla. So there's probably going to be a child services case, which in Ohio, when you take all of this, and guys, nothing.
Chud is a genius. He filtered the Rekieta sweepers. Were there that many? I didn't really notice that much. I think that there's a few people who, I mean, there was a couple that were particularly irritating, and it was like, come on, dude. Like, this is just embarrassing. Like, this is like a massive L on all accounts. If you're Rekieta or you're defending Rekieta, you're taking a big L without this arrest. And then with this, basically the L has just been rammed down your fucking throat. Like, this is just absolute, complete and total annihilation. Okay?
Thing I'm saying here is harming any of my clients. This is just literally how this all goes. They have a right to their, they're your children. They have a right for a hearing on that. So in Ohio, we call this a shelter care hearing. The children were taken ex parte.
Yeah, I mean, that is like a fair point that people make, right? Okay. I agree with the criticism of Eric July. Like, some of the fundamental criticism is fair. But it's like, you're gonna fucking shit on Eric July for doing like cringe stuff, which is fine. I'm all for that. But then like Nick's getting absolutely fucking eviscerated, self-eviscerating drunk on his stream, and it's just like, oh well, And then he gets arrested. I mean, that's just an L. Just take the fucking L. That's it. It's done. Move forward.
Meaning they probably went to a judge, and
the problem with the Eric July stuff is I don't like the cope of acting like it's not successful. Like, it is undeniably a successful product, okay? I think there's criticisms, and I think it's very much like the Friday Night's Tights crew are all fucking gay, and they'll suck each other off, and it's all very nepotistic and fucking incestual, whatever. But, I mean, like, wait. Mr. Metica put out a tweet that I was like, yeah, I can definitely see where he's coming from with this. Anyway, it was something along the lines of like, oh yeah, so Nick's been arrested for using drugs, but Eric's July comic book came out on time or something like that.
Said, a juvenile court judge, and the judge is like, holy shit, yeah.
I don't know, rackets, Nicky rackets. I always get it wrong.
You can take those kids from the home. This ain't good. CPS check. And the children's services may have temporary custody of them, and they're being watched by family. I don't know how that's how it would work here in Ohio. I assume it's probably something similar in Minnesota. There's some sort of custody issue going on. And Nick and Kayla probably are going to have a children's services case opened up on them soon. And they're going to have a juvenile court case to deal with, all these allegations. And how's that going to mesh with the criminal case? Well, that becomes an issue of, their criminal rights are going to supersede the issues going on there. So things might get put on hold. But yeah, for right now, they're probably going to, if they get released, they're going to be going home to a house without kids in it. And it's not like they can go back and say, take the kids and bring them back home. If that happens, CPS is coming right away. So that ain't happening. Yeah, scram tethers are pretty neat how and what they will detect. Yeah, basically a scram unit, guys, is something you attach to your leg. And it's literally like, it looks like a GPS monitor. And it detects the sweat. And here's the thing. You're always sweating. You're always perspiring. It's just like in microscopic amounts.
Rekieta.
They can detect the alcohol being released through your body. Because it off gases, basically, in a way. It's kind of weird. It's super weird, but it works. And it can detect when you're
okay. Anyway, I'm not really saying much. I've got what I needed out of this. Okay, so he's broken it all down. Okay, right, and then we're going to move on to this. Okay, I'm going to cover what we've got so far, and then we'll move on. Okay, but obviously more stuff's going to happen, and I'm sure there'll be other things to get to with this case.
And like anybody else who drinks, there's the.
So this is the ex. I think, is this guy the ex-husband? One of these is the ex-husband of the woman that's living with Nick and his wife, and they watch the drunken clip, and then there's more stuff where they talk about some stories.
Or consumes any substance.
The left guy,
really.
yeah.
There's the person you know in your heart exists, and there's the person you see more often than not that that doesn't jive with that other person. There have also been times where I've had a talk with this person about, hey, do you think maybe we take it easy?
Yeah.
Are you okay? I asked that a few times. I'd ask, are you okay? Are you sure that's okay? Yeah, I'm sure that's okay. It's totally fine. And then this big, long WebMD explanation as to why it's fine.
Oh.
I'm like, okay, there but for the grace of God go I. And I didn't ask, are you okay? Is that okay? Are you sure that's okay? Because I wanted to be some fucking nag. And that's what I always heard. I always heard, you're trying to control this. You're trying to control that. No, you know what I'd like to see? Nobody die. I'd just like to see nobody fucking die. Like I said, was my friend. And when I saw unhealthy shit, I went, are you sure that's all right? Not even being a cunt, not even being a naggy wife going, you need to stop that immediately.
Right.
I did at one point say, it's going to be, that's revealing too much. That's a story that I'm not going to tell.
No, say it.
Let's just say there were conversations had where I was like, are you sure? And after I watched the clip from this stream, I thought to myself, maybe you should have been a little more aggressive in those conversations. I didn't watch this and feel good.
The problem is, this is the thing with some of the stuff that I hear about this. You cannot tell a fucking addict. Like, people have got this conception that if you just speak strongly enough to an addict, they will go, okay, yes, you're explaining to me with logic and reason why my actions are wrong, so therefore, I'm going to stop drinking and doing drugs. Thank you for opening my eyes, right? It is a known sort of thing within the addict aspect, is you need to be at rock bottom before you actually sort your shit out, okay? Just speaking the right fucking... Yeah, exactly. You just have to find the right combination of words and they magically understand. It's not happening. So all this cope of like, oh, if only people had said to him, well, that fucking Imagine Dragons guy, not Imagine Dragons, Dragon's Treasures guy said he tried to speak to him and it didn't work. And I'm sure others tried to speak to him. You know, I just do not think it's quite as simple as people are painting out. And I don't think there was any helping him. Maybe this is rock bottom. Maybe there's further down this guy can go. But until he reaches that rock bottom, it's probably not going to change.
There were angry parts of me that went, I fucking told you. But most of it was, and I'm sorry if I don't give you guys the reaction you want in this clip. There was a part of me that went, could I have spoke differently? Could I have said something different? Could I have been more patient? Could I have been more empathetic? Nope. Probably. But let's watch the...
Well, how much can you do, dude?
This is a fucking disaster, first of all.
You can't make somebody make choices.
You know, to give you guys an idea, it's been 80 degrees in Minnesota for the last 2 weeks. The sun's been a-shining.
Yep.
The birds have been a-chirping. No offense to you. I'm just kidding. There's no reason for this complexion. There's no reason for this color.
And I work outside.
This when I want people to understand, see it through my eyes when I watch this video as someone who knows this man and was his friend. When I saw, the first thing I noticed when I saw this clip, I know a lot of people probably saw like the jerking motions and all of that stuff. What I first noticed was, Jesus fucking Christ, what happened to his skin? Jesus fucking Christ, what happened to his eyes?
I've seen people 20 times more drunk than Nick. What is this cringe? Relax. Oh my God, the sweepers have found the stream. Bro, please just stop sweeping for this fucking drunk loser. Just say yes, fuck. Why do you have to continue to sweep? If he was any more drunk, he'd be fucking out cold. Especially when he's just been fucking arrested as well, dude.
A lot of people watch this and they laughed or they whatever. This scared the fucking shit out of me when I saw it.
Yeah.
Let's watch the clip.
Really?
What the, I mean, those eyes.
Dude, I laughed at it because I've got no personal connection to the guy. I think it's tragic but funny, okay? But if you're friends with him or a former friend or you've tried to, you know, it's going to hit different, isn't it? You're going to be like, oh shit. Obviously, you're going to look at it differently than if you're fucking just a disconnected observer.
The eyes rolling around. And I don't know, maybe he's just fucked up on booze. I don't know.
Like I said, direct quote, happily inebriated.
My opinion, if you want my opinion observing this, if this is just alcohol, it's a metric fuck ton of alcohol.
Yeah.
I'll say I've been drunk before.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't never been that drunk. If that's just alcohol, whew. So he's like jerking off?
I don't.
Why is my camera so on? Trying to shut the show down. I'm like, oh, we'll play the credits. No. What we'll do is we'll sit here. Guys, here's the credits.
What are we looking up at the ceiling and all this? This is,
What?
I know to some of you this is funny, but this is, it's time to go away. This needs help. And this needs help that I couldn't give any of these people.
No. You can't make people do things, Aaron.
I didn't
You
watch,
can't.
you know, I know everybody wants me to burn it down, but I spent a lot of fucking time with this man and this man's family.
Yeah.
Fucking
Stop.
that's rough, man.
Stop shaming yourself. Stop hurting yourself. Stop harming people that I care about too, believe it or not. I know they may not think so, but people that I care about too. That I left behind. Because I didn't want to be associated. I didn't want to put them or myself through it. And I have 3 children, and I can't do it. I can't go back and forth between the 2 experiences. My house and this one they're very different houses.
Yeah, that's so true, yeah. People kind of compress it down to, oh, so what? A guy's drunk on stream. It's not just about one time being half cut on stream, okay? It is about a continuous pattern which is observable because this guy broadcasts himself blind fucking drunk. Like, what? I just don't get... This sweeping is absolutely unbelievable to me, okay? And if it was fucking Eric July doing this, going live, getting pissed up, acting like this, you would have a very different fucking tune. That is what is so insufferable to me about this. It's the sides cucked fucking bullshit, okay? Knock it off. Cut it out, okay? Treat this guy like you would any other person who is doing this behavior. I'm pretty sure if it was another fucking lolcow, you'd be filling your boots with memes about this. But because it's this guy, it's sweep, sweep, sweep. It's pathetic.
And, but that doesn't mean I don't give a shit. That doesn't mean I see this the way the rest of the internet does and goes, oh, look, he's fucked up. I look at this and I go,
This was a friend.
5 fucking kids.
Someone you cared about. Their
Take a
family.
fucking break. Take 30 days, 60 days, 90 days. Go somewhere. I've had these conversations before. Nobody fucking listened to me. I said, are you sure that's okay? Yeah. Are you sure that's all right? It got to the point where people got angry with me. People got annoyed with me. People got upset with me. This isn't good, man.
Oh, my God makes drunk. Yes. Cool. I'll do it at your kid's family thing or whatever. Or would you hire me?
The thing is with this is like, what I have an issue with, this guy's, you know, obviously got a personal connection. But there are definitely people out there who will try and simultaneously claim that they care whilst also laughing and mocking the guy for having a bad turn. But when it's genuine like this, I'm like, okay, I can kind of respect that, right? You obviously know this guy, you know, obviously are bothered by this. There's a genuineness there that I think some people I just don't see in quite the same way. Like, I saw this fucking cartoon. Someone drew Eric July as Superman saving Nick because his friends weren't willing to. Come on, bro. Come the fuck on now. That is fucking insane. That's the kind of shit that bothers me with this. It's the kind of fake bullshit. But a person genuinely expressing their concern, knowing them, is fine. I mean, obviously, you're going to do that, right?
As a babysitter, don't. You should hire me.
We're closing one eye because we can't see out of the two.
Oh,
and we're on a fucking stream doing this. Stop. And don't just stop for a couple days, because I saw a message today that said, sorry, guys, I guess I'm way more stressed than I thought lately. That's not stress. I've been stressed. You know what you do?
Have you?
Oh, I haven't shit solid for a minute. I'm stressed. No, I'm not.
That's a different kind of stress.
Yeah, I don't know much about it because I don't follow it that closely. The Sector, is that this kind of group of streamers? They call it the Sector, don't they? Is that what it is? Is that what this is part of?
I mean, I'll do that, but not in front of a camera. I don't have many choices now. But
I mean, everybody has their own ways of handling their stress.
I guess so. But he said, I'm stressed. I'm taking a couple days off. Stop. You want to say I'll say anything? You got to stop lying to yourself. You have a lot to fucking offer. You're not a fucking idiot. You're not a bad guy either. But this ain't good. This needs to be addressed. This doesn't need to take 2 days off. This needs to be addressed.
It needs to stop.
Oh, it's an asshole. An asshole. I am. A bunch of degenerate Japanese shit in my air con because it can't fucking spade it. You can't read. Yeah, no, I'm telling you, my nervous rate is below Obama levels.
What?
Do you want me to be drunk like this tomorrow? Every day. I don't give a fuck. Who cares?
See, now that worries the fuck out of me. You want me to be drunk like this tomorrow? Every day? Who fucking cares? That's a cry for help. Conscious or subconscious, that's a fucking cry for help.
And people do care, though.
I wish I didn't. Yeah. I wish I could ha-ha at this like everybody else is. It angers me. Because I got treated like a fucking pariah because I said fucking slow down. And I'm not going to do a gay thing, any gayer than I've already done, and say, oh, Nick, listen. Because he won't. But I will say this. I gotta be free of everything involving this.
Yeah.
Because I am not going to have someone's fucking death on my hands. I'm watching a guy fucking die.
It's not on you, though.
He's a twig. He's fucking, this is beyond hammered. Took 45 minutes off during the stream. It filmed an empty chair, and he came back, and there were some questions raised as to, the condition. Stop. Fucking,
Okay. Right, anyway, I get the gist. I get the gist of this. Let's look at this. This is the guy finding out about it. Wait, hang on. Oh, I don't know. There's clips of this that gets straight to the heart of it that were quite funny. I think Kristen Ark shared them. Hang on a sec. Here we go. This is what I was looking for.
I remember Nick ripping 2 massive fucking rails right in front of me, and I literally put my hand on his shoulder, and I said, dude, you need to fucking chill. I'm worried that you're going to fucking die. No, don't worry. It's okay. I read up about this a lot. I can show you all the literature and everything else. It's okay because it doesn't all hit you right at once. And I'm just like, what the fuck? Another time I told him, I go, this guy, like, I'm worried about this. I remember telling him one time, I go, my fucking wife is doing cocaine a lot, dude. How the fuck do we stop this? And he goes, you have to understand. Instead of going, holy shit, you're right. We've got families. This is a fucking problem. He goes, you have to understand sometimes people have stress levels that are up here and their minds can only handle this much stress. And then when you do the stimulant, it bumps you up like this and then you can handle more stress. I'm like, Nick, you fucking lunatic. Lower your stress levels.
Oh my God, dude.
I remember Nick ripping 2 massive...
Stimulant maxing. Stimulant... That's just stimulant maxing to handle stress. What's the problem with that? That is exactly the kind of thing a drug-addled person would say. I'm just stim maxing. Relax. Don't worry about it. We're coke maxing. This is funny. So this is the moment that he finds out his wife or ex-wife. Are they in the process of getting divorced? I think.
Hey, I'm not trying to ambush you, but I'm getting tons of messages.
We're not reading messages. People
No,
are sending
you need to. You need to. This is big for the show. No, this is big for the show. April has been arrested today with the Ricardas. Do you know anything?
I don't believe that.
Is that her?
Oh my god, dude.
I don't think so. No, that's not. No. There's no way. That's for sure been edited.
When you
Nick
say
Rekieta and his wife are in jail for possession along with Aaron Imholt.
No, that's definitely been altered.
it's fake. If it's not fake, the show will never end. Will Heron, Aaron, can you tell?
Oh my God.
It's real?
Whoa. Holy shit. Wow.
Oh my god,
I'm getting
dude.
more messages right now. Oh no. Oh no.
Wait, Aaron, this is real?
I don't know.
Fuck. Wow. I just got another text about it.
Oh, fuck.
Dude, you got some work to do, brother.
Well, I mean,
technically you don't.
I think we can get those papers signed now.
Wait, so this is real?
I just looked at the roster,
What roster? Tonight's lineup?
the county jail roster.
I just got an inmate number. Her inmate number. This is and the county jail number. Wow. Holy
How do people
fuck.
find this out this quick?
They find everything.
Dude.
They found out
Fucking
who my
A-logs,
fucking
bro.
cousin was.
A-logs, bro. A-logs.
Wow, that's like the same thing.
I'm just, I feel, oh man.
Oh, apparently there's a longer clip. Is this the longer clip?
I mean, just fucked up beyond belief, slurring his words. And Kiwi Farms, which is a message board service that follows him, apparently called the police. And I mean, honestly,
went to the house.
Yeah, the stream was Monday night. Here's what's frustrating.
I think that's probably true. I think there's probably the way he's framing it is it's not. There's no one it's obviously an individual has probably seen what's going on, but it could be from anywhere. Could be from what is it? I mean, there's lots of other sites. Docspin. I don't know. They do shit like that, don't they? But it could be someone saw it on Kiwi Farms and decided to call it in. What did he get arrested for? Drug possession and being in possession of firearms whilst on drugs, to put it simply, I think is what it is.
And I've yelled at all these people. I've fought. This is exhausting for me. Like, I'm not happy that this is an I told you so moment. I'm fucking pissed. Up until this weekend, like I told Kevin, I was telling my wife, I go, come home, or, if you don't want to come here, go to your parents, get the fuck away from there, everything else. Yeah, she would text me back, that's not my fucking home. I'm like, all right, well, fuck me then. I tried to get these people help. I tried to get them out of there, and this happens. But they called. They got arrested today. They had 3 fucking days to take any shit they had in that house after that live stream and get it the fuck out, and they didn't do it. And he, by the way, in his mugshot, he's got a black eye. And knowing what I know about them, his wife either hit him or threw something at him for sure.
So just to clarify, I know nothing about all these people, but from what I'm picking up here, so obviously this is the husband of the woman, the blonde woman, and they're currently in the process of getting divorced. And the basic facts are that she is like staying at Racket's house, and I guess the assumption or the belief is that there's some sort of sexual 3-way thing happening between them. Possibly involving the Baldo. Is that right? And so there were swingers. So this guy's had to go on Nick's wife And Nick's had to go on his wife, but now she's got into it too much and she's over there and he's like, okay, this is too far. I'm not into this. Rekieta. All correct. Yo! Dude, I tell you what. This shit's too easy. This shit's too fucking easy, man. She is also known to be the corner demon and has been on Nick's stream for a while. As far as I know, the last time these four were all on stream together was the swing stream where they were all in a hot tub back in Jan.
Very uncomfortable.
What would you call this? Is this a sister wife situation? What is this? I'm the nicest person ever. I'm gonna make them
Hi,
sick.
Chad.
Look at this.
Let's let them do whatever weird things they're doing behind the camera. I am taking over the stream. Just kidding, I'm kidding. Whoa!
Wait, what was that?
I am taking over the stream. Just kidding, I'm kidding. Whoa!
Was that of the bot? Wait, are these? Wait a second. Hang on a sec. I thought they were wife swapping. Are they cock swapping as well? Bro, were they sucking each other's dicks too? Oh my god, dude, that's insane. Dude, gay swinging as well. Holy shit. That's pretty extreme for a fucking Christian family, man.
Okay.
I don't know whose hand it was.
That was not
Yes,
okay.
you do, you whore.
But it felt like Aaron's.
That was gross. It was actually Kayla's foot. Okay.
Why are you so squishy to my
Look, the fact of the matter is that we're doing this completely out of pity.
April, don't make my hand
They don't
do
have
that.
a lot of
Hold on. We
friends.
got the beefcake.
There aren't a lot of people that are going to hang out with them. So we just go ahead and we hang out here. Because otherwise they're just going to be lonely.
Doesn't think we're stupid. Pinks everywhere. I guess we're swinging tonight.
Yeah, what did I tell you? I told you the woman was a bit of alright, didn't I? Look, she looks alright here before the drugs kicked in. Fucking hell, no wonder Nick had a little fucking pop at that. Jesus.
Maybe I've put it on the table. They've rejected me.
Look, guys, here's the deal.
What is it? In America, it is fucking insane, right? You get the most normal looking, plain guys, and they've got a wife that's just a fucking smoke show. Okay? And it's like, how? Why is it the hot women in America go for like mid-level dudes? So what is going on over there? I'm moving to fucking America. Fuck this shit.
There's no swinging tonight unless Nick and I get drunk enough and we decide our lips look too tasty.
It's just them.
Aaron's
We're
butthole
going to
is
watch.
mine.
You notice we ladies are on the inside. It's to keep these boys off
The
each other.
sexual
They're
tension.
just-
They can't help themselves.
We pretend that the heads of our penises are magnets with the same charge, and we just go.
Wait, what was that?
keep these boys off
The
each other.
sexual
They're
tension.
just-
They can't help themselves.
We pretend that the heads of our penises are magnets with the same charge, and we just go.
Guys, I lost my voice. Didn't you?
Bro. Right. Chud moves to America. Cut your month alone. He's the white jack with fat. Oh.
You know how.
It gets very uncomfortable.
Correct.
Okay.
Ursa Cox says hashtag swing stream. That's fine.
Oh, this is hashtag swing stream. I'm sorry.
There's not a swing in this hot tub.
You can't fit one in
I
here.
think I just touched your foot.
Right, so I mean, obviously, another embarrassing moment doing a stream, showing the world that you're engaged in a swinging relationship here. I mean, why would you do this, bro? Message to everyone that wants to do this. You do not have to reveal every aspect of your private life. Your private life, okay, should be stripped from you against your will, not openly presented out there in this fashion. Why? Why, dude? It's just so fucking stupid. Of course, especially when you're getting fucking, you know, the A-logs are on your ass too. Mental.
Sorry.
They're touching.
Don't you dare
Not us.
apologize.
It's these
I'll look
two.
into your eyes next
You
time.
bite your lip and you give her hell.
I think for a certain, don't know, we could get a lip kiss from these two, maybe?
Nope.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Guys.
Not a dono on your
Jesus.
channel.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Stop the video.
I'm not trying to get right-wing trad fella here in any kind of trouble.
Noel tried to warn him. Is that true? What, so Noel tried to intervene and say to him, listen, man, stop doing lolcow shit or you're going to get documented excessively. Is that right?
Do we want the big toe or like multiple small toes?
Look, it's up to you.
First of all, my anus quivers at anything bigger than a ring toe.
Depends on the toe.
But do you want a ring on it? Because
I make a man commit to me before he shoves his toes in my ass.
Hold on.
We won't kiss. We'll just get close enough and stop, and then heavy breathing.
Yeah, stop doing lolcow shit or you're going to be a lolcow. Every single content creator does something embarrassing or cringe or something they regret. It's the consistency of stuff like this that I think makes a difference, right? The fact he couldn't pull up, the fact he kept doing drugs, the fact he did streams like this, the fact he kept getting drunk on stream, all the other shit, right?
Breathe into each other's mouth.
Oh, so you mean
with our eyes
Thursday?
closed.
So you mean Thursday again?
It's way hotter than making contact.
Oh, by the way, this one
I would give you a pass.
doesn't like me very much.
I don't
Not
need
going well.
to.
I only got into this house because of this one here.
Absolutely. I'm charming.
These two are friends.
You can just tell Nick's wife is into some sick shit. Look, okay. I'm just cover the facts, okay? I'm not going to speculate on the kind of degen shit that Nick's wife may be into. Right? Okay. So with this in mind then, the fact they've done swinging stuff before, right? So they're definitely shacked up together in like a thruple, right? Doing drugs, fucking, all this stuff. And then this guy is like left out in the cold, like, what happened to my wife? Oh, she's around Nick's house. Fucking getting rammed with the Baldo again, whilst high on cocaine. Bro, I can see. I mean, I could never get to the level of coverage like the lads over at Kino Casino do, right? But I can absolutely see why people do it. It's like insane. Like, this is an insane thing, and I can see why people would want to document this so extensively. Fuck me, man. What a story.
And a lot of weird homosexual friction that we're both denying.
Definitely.
Do you want to read this name right here?
It's
By
only
my
friction
nail?
because he does
Where's
it like
Sid?
glue.
What did Sid have
No,
to
I'm
say?
getting the light.
Stop putting your balls in the heat pump, Aaron.
I'm
Stop
sorry.
going into the
They
lights.
get so low when I'm in
We
here.
need you. How do we have a four-way relationship without you? Right? I'm
Oh.
gonna help her feel much
Wait, what
better.
was that?
I'm
Stop
sorry.
going into the
They
lights.
get so low when I'm in
We
here.
need you. How do we have a four-way relationship without you?
How do we have a four-way relationship without you? Well, you seem to have figured that out more recently. Bro, this is crazy. Why would you do this on a stream, dude? Especially when Nick has presented himself as this Christian family man for so long. What are these conservatives conserving exactly? Except for fucking sheer degeneracy.
Right? I'm gonna help her feel much better later.
I would rather have a fist up my ass than hear someone say they love New Kids on the Block.
Aaron.
Well, is it your birthday?
I know what's happening later tonight.
I've got saran wrap.
Wait a
and I've
minute.
got
Can all
Crisco.
three of you go like this real quick? I gotta see which one I'm picking.
Oh wow. Here, this whole.
Okay.
Okay.
I have
okay.
a fantasy
start
where we
a fire.
both eat a bowl of chicken noodle soup and then make out.
Lady in the Tramp
And we have
style.
pieces of chicken noodle soup broth in our beard.
I like that.
And we
That's
slosh a
disgusting.
little as
Don't
we
worry,
make
guys.
out.
I'm gonna
That's
shave soon. I'll
Who's
donate
got a
to
boner?
throwback.
I do.
Something about this is uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's
What?
No. When we make out, there's chicken noodle soup broth in our beards, and we can kind of.
It's when we make out.
Yeah. Right.
Done.
See,
Okay.
now it's not gay, it's just culinary.
I'm almost there. Keep going.
Yo, T, thank you for the $2. Baldo owners for Trump, Kaga. Oh, I forgot to say earlier. Don't forget, guys, if you want to support the stream, super chats, memberships, all of that switched on. There's no TTS or anything, but I will read every single thing that you put in there. Okay? Thank you.
You're adequately attractive.
I'm glad that it
You're adequately attractive.
We have to be respectful.
Adequately attractive. You know what? That's good.
Who I'm making out with.
He's sexy, yeah. Yeah.
No,
he's,
it's just like
he's
Wait,
excited.
you're making.
Talk about UK politics. I will. Okay, I will get to that. Okay, this is a bit distracting, but I will. I definitely will get to that shortly.
Out with me on this side.
Oh shit.
Where to go?
This got really awkward. Look,
Mersh needs to be here. Well,
Who's sleeping with?
I need a dose of what I don't have. She's unique.
She's prettier than he is.
That's true.
Hey, you don't. Don't you listen to her, sweet cheeks.
You.
No.
Later.
Okay.
Jesus.
Listen to me, sweet cheeks. Don't you let her talk to you like that.
You're gonna hold her to a chat. It's a
Untoward.
contract.
Knock it out.
What?
Are you guys
She thought about
swingers?
Keanu C. Thompson.
You talked over my question. It was
Right.
important.
Are we
The
swingers?
answer is yes. Of course. We're just fucking apparently everybody.
Yeah.
Apparently
You know,
everybody in New York.
here's
by
the
way,
deal.
Compound
We're
Beach.
clearly swingers because we're hanging out with
They
these
act like we're
two,
swingers.
and instead of having sex with each other, we decided to do a YouTube stream
Because-
for you.
Get this.
I mean, yes, it's what happened with streams. Well, I couldn't do my normal stream today because I've got to pick the kids up from school, and then I've got them tomorrow as well, and it's the weekend. And then I'll be back on Sunday. So it's literally just this stream today, nothing tomorrow, then back on Sunday.
We cannot be
Because
friends
we're
with anybody
swinging
without
so
having
hard.
sex with them.
But we're not having sex right now? What am I doing?
Okay, that's a big toe in the
Okay,
asshole.
wait,
We've already
wait,
covered.
wait,
That's
wait,
just
wait.
experiment.
I thought that was
Hold
just
on.
Drexel who did the toe in the asshole.
He's
No,
not
no,
here.
no, no. I
Oh,
got it.
that's
I've
my
got
toe.
it. Nick.
What?
Your dick is stuck in a jet right now.
Oh.
Oh, Cold C says clipped. Okay.
Oh,
Like,
it's clipped.
wait. Like
She's
you're
way
clipping
behind,
this
so I
or
didn't
we're
know.
clipped.
He just
I
meant
don't
you
know
and
which
I. We're
Oh,
both.
I think one aspect to this as well is like a bit of like you get a bit of attention and you like the attention, so you start doing outlandish stuff to get more attention. I mean, this is very attention grabbing setup that we've got here, right? But then what you don't realize is the attention that you're getting is primarily from people that want to mock you, shit on you, and autistically document everything that happens so that they can talk about it and mock you further. Oh my god, dude. Why?
Circumcised.
Oh, ew.
I think it was when I was grinding on your shoulder.
Oh, that was so hot though. I kept telling you not to stop, and you said no. I'm gonna
It's
tease
a
you.
big shoulder. I get it. It's a nice grind set.
Yeah, it's just
Cool,
like,
that
this is
big
chat
shoulders.
here, right?
Thompson Stan page says, April, lighten up. You're about to frig YouTube legend Nick.
I'm presuming she's just like a normie. She's just probably like a normie person, right? God, it is a normie brain being subjected to online attention like this and having the kind of chat like that, bro. That is the recipe for fucking disaster.
Rekieta, I don't know what I've done.
They're saying
What
you're going
did
to
I
have
do?
sex with
Oh,
him.
let's see, no.
That's what freaking you
Oh, did you hear that? She goes, as soon as I said that
No,
means
no.
you're going to have sex with him, she went, oh no.
I'm not ready for that. No.
Yes.
Cynthia W thinks she's onto something.
Why are
Is
you-
this another wife swap thing? Yes, I go for
Did
all
you
the
say
wives.
there? I'm supposed
Wait,
to
wait,
act
wait, wait,
surprised.
wait.
Why are
Is
you?
this another wife swap thing? Yes, I go for
Did
all
you
the
say
wives.
there? I'm supposed to act surprised. Nick's foot was in my asshole.
I don't know
I
what
was
happened.
supposed to pretend I don't like it.
Apparently,
That is nuts, dude. What a crazy stream. Why would you broadcast this? No. I had no idea about this. It's the first time I found out about some of the extra lore in this. Don't drink and stream. None of you know this lore. It's embarrassing. I mean, I don't think it's embarrassing. You know, you cover some stuff, you don't cover other stuff. But I think I've got up to speed pretty quick, considering I've not looked at any of this ever before my entire fucking existence.
I talked about Rekieta last stream. I don't think anything's changed. He's going to open his Discord. I cautioned him that the shit he's involved in is going to cause like a massive nuclear fallout eventually. Even the stuff that's already happened is probably going to blow up in his face. Even if he like completely disables locals entirely and his Discord, it's probably the damage is already done, I think. And it's just going to be a matter of time before shit comes out or the people involved have hurt feelings and start going after Nick really, really hard. But I said publicly and in private, I said this is a really this setup of having like a sexually charged fan audience base is a recipe for utter and total fucking nightmares. and I use dick
January 13th, 2023, by the way.
as a reference. I looked this up recently. Dick at his peak was making like $25,000 a month. I don't know how much of his Patreon stuff is true, but he had like 5,000 subscribers on Patreon, making $25,000 a month on Patreon. And that was in August 2020. Cuties, the movie, came out August 19th, 2020, and it has never stopped dropping. That was his absolute peak, was the 1st of August, right before Cuties came out, and now it's down to like 16,000, and he's lost like 20% of the subscriber base. And I don't know how much of what's left is actually like a genuine fandom thing. From what he said, I've heard his explanation, and it's still like, I'm not certain about this, but it's like, he says that he's just now has got to a point in his life where his kids are...
Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, yes, Nick has been arrested. Nick Rekieta, fuck's sake, has been arrested for drug possession and possession of firearms whilst on drugs, to put it simply. It's so... that's crazy that people don't know. I just assume people know, because I woke up at 5... I fell asleep on the sofa. I woke up at 5 a.m. and I looked at my phone and I was like... the first thing I saw, Nick Rekieta's been arrested. I was like, what the fuck, bro? That's crazy. I literally just covered him randomly because some crazy shit happened on the stream, and now he's been fucking arrested. Rekieta. Whatever. I'm going to say what I want and ignore everyone, because you know what I'm trying to say, okay? But yeah, so it's crazy news all over Twitter. All lots of people talking about it. Yeah.
A certain age where he is free to do more stuff. So he is manually creating his midlife crisis. He's going to get a tattoo. He's going to have a Mustang. He's going to go to clubs with his wife. He denies swinging. However, like I said before, and I don't want to repeat myself, so I won't, but if you want to go out and you want to do stuff, go for it. It doesn't even matter. Truly, it really doesn't even matter if it's like weird cuckold shit. However, the issue is, don't make it public, number one.
Yes.
And the locals and having...
Like, that is rule number one. Just don't make shit public, okay? Like, you can do whatever the fuck you want. Just don't openly put it out there yourself on your own fucking platform. Hey, look, here's a weird streamer in a hot tub and we're all fucking each other.
People post nudes and locals in Discord. Not allowing that is not being prudish. Not allowing that is a self-preservation instinct, because these people are going to get they're emotionally attached, and people are exposing themselves. They're no matter what anybody says, you cannot have sexual encounters with people, even over the internet, without some level of like emotional investment, even unless you're a total fucking whore and you're just like selling your asshole on OnlyFans to 1 million people. Like, there's going to be hurt feelings. There's going to be people who go fucking crazy. There's going to be BPD, and there already are people who are obviously very mentally unwell in that locals chat. And I'm just like, I'm looking at this thinking, I am like, it's like if I was sitting at a train station and I'm looking at my left, and I just happen to notice that there's a big thing. And let's say I could read Arabic, right? I'm looking at this package and I'm squinting at the Arabic written on it. It's a really suspicious looking package. And it just says, it says in Arabic, it just says dirty bomb, nuclear fallout, dirty bomb set to go off at this time. And I'm just like checking my watch. And I'm thinking like, okay, this is a bomb filled with nuclear dust. And when it explodes, it's going to destroy this entire building. Many people are going to die, regardless of what happens. What's the next course of action? I can get up and just start fucking running as far as I possibly can. Maybe I can try to defuse it for some reason. Maybe I should just sit on it. Maybe I should throw it to the fucking ground and see what happens. I don't know. There's different things. All I know is that bomb is probably going to go off. No matter what you do, it will probably go off. And the smart thing to do, if you have self-preservation instincts, is to fucking run very far away. And if you're feeling generous, maybe call the police along your route. And
so is he saying that the bomb is Nick?
Be like, hey, by the way, there's a bomb at this train station that you might want to take care of. I can read Arabic. It says Durka Durka Muhammad Jiaban on it. And then it has like the nuclear fallout symbol. I'm pretty sure it's a bomb. Anyways, I'm out of breath. I'm fat and I'm running as far as I possibly fucking can through midday traffic. See ya. Peace. Let me know if you have any questions, but text it. I'll reply once I'm 3 miles down the road. Bye-bye. That would be my option. Okay. Don't talk to cops. That is the chat answer. Sorry, I just don't talk to police. You know how it do be like that sometimes. What are you gonna do about it? Not shit. There's no. It is unconstitutional to say I have to call you and tell you about that fucking bomb I saw while I was hauling ass out of the train station. Fuck you.
Okay. No, not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Okay. We'll get there, okay? Guys, listen, I can't help myself, dude. This is funny. I was like, right, I don't want to, you know. Okay, what's this? What is this?
Okay, guys. So I got this weird anonymous letter the other day. It was this is different than you. This is real quick, and this can take 1 second. We'll get to the full letter for Andrew in just a second. I got this anonymous letter or the anonymous package. It was postage not paid. Like I had to pay the postage on it to receive it. And the post office was like, well, where was it sent from? And it had my address as the return address with me as the sendee, which is not true. And in it had this burned piece of paper.
Oh my God,
I feel like
dude.
I'm going to get serial rape here. It says the stars are aligned. A new host is chosen. Hail unto thee, Nick Chan, Rekieta Law. And then with that came this. And this was so weird because this came before the mention of Sonic in the trademark dispute that we were talking about last night. A Sonic Shoe medallion.
No.
Been passed to me. I don't know where this
No, he's done. No.
I'm homo. I'm white and gay.
I got an 8-9 this day.
How many inches is your shaft? 8 inches.
Eric, you don't know fucking shit about me. I grew up around black people my entire life.
Do you understand?
I'm trying to help you.
That's true.
I'm trying to help you.
Oh my God, dude. That's crazy. Okay. Well, anyway, Mr. Metica is going to be doing a stream later about this. That's, yeah, I'm not going to be awake, I don't think, but yeah, I think I'll give it a watch at some point. I don't know if I'll watch it on stream, but I think I will watch it. What will you do if you receive the medallion? Burn it, destroy it, crush it, wreck it. Oh, I don't know. Why are you sending me more? What is this? What is this?
I know I've let you down. I've been a fool to myself. I thought that I could live for no one else, but now
It's an AI song.
through all the hurt and pain, it's time for me to respect the ones you love me more than anything. So with sadness in my heart, feel the best thing I could do is end it all and leave forever. What's done is done, it feels so bad. What was happy and now is sad. I'll never love again, my world is ending. I wish that I could turn back time, 'cause now the guilt is all mine. Can't live without the trust from those you love. I know we can't forget the past. You can't forget love and pride. Because of that, it's killing me inside. It all returns to nothing. It all comes tumbling
That's rough,
down,
man.
tumbling down, tumbling down. It all
It is good for AI.
returns to nothing. I just keep letting me down, letting me down, letting me down. In my heart of hearts, I know that I could never love again. I've lost
This is tragic, man.
everything. Everything that matters to me matters in this world. I wish that I could turn back time, 'cause now the guilt is all mine. Can't live without the trust from those you love. I know we can't forget the past. You can't forget love and pride. Because of that, it's killing me inside.
Bro, tragedy. What a tragedy, eh?
It all returns to nothing. It just keeps tumbling down, tumbling down, tumbling down. It all returns to nothing. I just keep letting me down, letting me down, letting me down. It all returns to nothing. It just keeps tumbling down, tumbling down, tumbling down. It all returns to nothing. I just keep letting me down, letting me down, letting me down.
That was actually very, very moving, I must say. Oh,
Keeps
it's not finished.
down, tumbling down, tumbling
Oof. Tragedy. Absolute cinema. Okay. Right, guys, listen. Drama frogs. Okay, this wasn't supposed to be a drama stream, but we've done nearly half of this time I've got today as drama. Okay. Some people, the minority yearn for politics. Dude. I know you want drama, but I wasn't. Oh, my God. Listen, the drama will be there on Sunday, okay? When I'm back. I'm off tomorrow, don't forget. And that was good. That was a fun little segment. I'm reaching back to my roots. I feel like I'm shaking off the dust, you know? It feels a bit weird. Dude, honestly, this is supposed to... We're talking about fucking... Right, that's it. The drama's over. If you're here just for drama, okay, we're done for the day. The rest of the stream is going to be talking about boring politics, all right? Yawn, yawn, yawn. Who cares about politics? Right, let's start at the beginning, okay? Let's start at the beginning. Back in 1066... No, come on. Okay. Oh, shit, that's the wrong thing. Hang on. That's the wrong thing. The beginning here.
In the last 5 years, our country has fought through the most challenging times since the Second World War. As I stand here as your Prime Minister, I can't help but reflect that my first proper introduction to you was just over 4 years ago. I stood behind one of the podiums, upstairs in the building behind me. I told you that we faced a generation-defining moment, and that we as a society would not be judged by some government action, but by the small acts of kindness.
Please, sir, help me, sir. I am Indian, sir. Please elect. Please elect. Go on.
You met that challenge.
So, for those of you who don't realise, by the way, this was like an absolutely absurd announcement because it was raining when he did this announcement, but there was no umbrella, no cover over. Like, so he just got soaked, and he's wearing like a suit, which is not waterproof.
And then some.
Do the needful. Do the needful. Vote Sunak. Okay.
And I have never been
That's so
proud to be
racist,
British.
dude.
And when I introduced the furlough scheme, I did so not because I saw a country simply in need of desperate help, albeit we were, but because I saw a country whose...
Why the fuck is BBC put this at 3... Bro, dude, why is it only at 360? This is the BBC's official channel.
Future hung in the balance.
You can kind of see it,
I could be
right?
bold and trust in the tens of millions of you at home that you would rise to the moment. Or I could accept the inevitable, millions of job losses.
You can't see it
pick up the
properly.
pieces. In truth, it was no choice at all. I have never and will never leave the people of this country to face the darkest of days alone. And you know that.
Okay, The Guardian,
Now
I think.
is the moment for Britain to...
Okay, we'll
Because
show
you've
that in a
seen
sec.
it.
We might...
As I did then, I will forever do everything in my power to provide you with the strongest possible protection I can.
You can see it a bit.
That is my promise to you. Because for so many of us, it's easy to forget the scale of what we've been through. We were hit by a pandemic that upended normal life. Who would have thought that the government would ever tell us how many times a day we could leave our homes? Then, just as we were recovering from COVID, war returned to Europe, with Putin's invasion of Ukraine sending your energy bills spiraling.
God, I tell you what, he is so fucking boring, isn't he? Fuck me, man. That's his biggest crime. 2 crimes, really. 1, boring. 2, brown. But he's just stood in the rain getting soaked. I mean, is this not just like a perfect summary of the fucking Tories over the past few years?
I came to office, above all, to restore economic stability. Economic stability is the bedrock.
True, no one
any
voted for him,
future
true.
success. Whether that is rising wages and good jobs, investment in our public services, or the defence of the country. And because of our collective sacrifice and your hard work, we have reached 2 major milestones in delivering that stability, showing that when we work together, anything is possible. Our economy is now growing faster than anyone predicted, outpacing Germany, France, and the United States.
I can
This morning,
explain
it was
Partygate.
confirmed
I'll
that
go into some of that
inflation
stuff.
is back to normal. This means that the pressure on prices will ease and mortgage rates will come down. This is proof that the plan and priorities I set out
What is
are
going
working.
on?
I recognise that it has not always been easy. Some of you will only just be starting to feel the benefits, and for some, it might still be hard when
What
you look
the
at your bank
fuck?
balance. But this hard-earned economic stability
Someone's
was only ever meant to be
trolling.
the beginning. The question now is how, and who do you trust to turn that foundation into a secure future for you, your family,
He's getting
and our
mugged.
country.
Oh no.
Now is the moment for Britain to choose its future. To
Look how
decide
wet
whether we
he
want
is.
to build on the progress we have made or risk going back to square one with no plan and no certainty. Earlier today, I spoke with His Majesty the King to request the dissolution of Parliament. The King has granted this request, and we will have a general election on the 4th of July.
Yo! Okay, this is actually in 1080s. Look at this. He's like a drowned rat.
Call for a clear plan.
Look at him.
To chart a course
He's
for a secure
soaked.
future.
I think this is a bit of tinfoil hat. I wonder if this was like a conscious decision to go out in the rain without an umbrella to like look pathetic and like a drown. I don't know. It's just so odd. Why you wouldn't just hold an umbrella? That's what politicians normally do if it's raining. You hold a fucking umbrella above you so you don't look soaking wet and pathetic. Yeah, like it's like he's trying to look pitiful or something. I wonder if the Tories are like, okay, well, we're fucked anyway. Let's try and look pitiful. Maybe that'll help us out somehow. Bro, he's soaked.
You must choose in this election who has that plan, who is prepared to take the bold action necessary to secure a better future for our country.
Like they're just gifting the Labour Party more wins.
Now,
Where's the thing I saw?
And will not claim that we have got everything right. No government should. But I am proud of what we have achieved together, the bold actions we have taken, and I'm confident about what we can do in the future. On the 5th of July, either Keir...
Dude, it's never been more over for the Tories. This is crazy. Where's that ad that I saw? Dude, literally just gifting memes to the Labour Party. Look at that, man. That is fucking... That paints a bleak picture, doesn't it? Oh. So yes, we've got a general election coming up, okay? Now, for you Yankoids, there's a video that I found, which I think is from an American source, so maybe you'll be able to understand this. But it explains how it works, right? Where is it? It was a CNBC thing, I think. Okay, I'll try and find it. I had it earlier. But yeah, that's it. We're having a fucking election. We're we're fucking beating you to the post. You Yankoids. Labour will make everything more trans and grey. Look, guys, to be clear, I am a Labour voter, okay? But I'm not gonna be obnoxious about that, right? I don't really care to like try and influence anyone. And politics streams are going to be quite seldom when there's something interesting happening. I'm not going to do rolling coverage of it. You know, my politics days are largely behind me, in all honesty. But yeah, obviously if something funny happens or something interesting happens, I'll cover it. And dependent on how it plays out, I may well do overnight coverage of the results coming in, but we'll see. We'll see about that. Politics. Why did they call it the Labour Party? Because it was formed. It's like a lefty party, and it was formed around like labour unions and stuff. But obviously, Blair with New Labour changed that, and it became a what was it called? Third way politics, like a blend of socialism and liberalism, right? Oh, speaking of which, you've just reminded me. Someone sent me these the other day, which I thought was quite funny. Where is it? Who was the person that sent it to me? Some fucking Blairite memes. Let me see if I can find them. I was quite taken aback because it's quite rare that you have someone who, you know, is like into Blair that much.
It shall be a government rooted in strong values, the values of justice and progress and community, the values that have guided me all my political life. But a government ready with the courage to embrace the new ideas necessary to make those values live again in today's world.
Tony Blair, the war criminal. Well, you can't be a war criminal if you win. You know, generally speaking, if you win, you're laughing, aren't you?
An elective dictatorship, and that's bad. Did that apply when you had a big majority? We never had a big majority the size of one You're goddamn right.
Oh my god. What the fuck, bro? I just can't envision the kind of mind you would have to make Tony Blair fucking fan cams. I mean, it is. Like, he's such a bland, looking back now especially, like a very bland person. Yeah, it's like a forced meme, isn't it? It's like the Biden stuff. People do it with Biden too. Like they forced the Biden Giga Chad shit when he's a fucking decrepit old man, basically. Oh. Chud doesn't know he's evil. I mean, he's no more evil than any other kind of centre-left politician. I mean, obviously the Iraq War was fucked up. I was very much against the Iraq War. Iraq War bad, guys. Okay, right. Let's have a look. What else have we got here?
This video is brought to you by Brilliant. Well, it finally happened. After months and months of non-stop speculation, Rishi Sunak has finally announced the date of the next UK general election. In a statement outside Downing Street today, against a grey and drizzly backdrop for Thursday the 4th of July.
Also, another thing as well, I was thinking of the US election, which is happening later this year. This is also, wait, it's also fucking, what is it? Fucking Independence Day in America, right? Yo! Get fucked, Yankoids. We're going to be at the polling station while you're celebrating.
Now, for many of you watching this video, you might feel like this came out of the blue. And don't worry, it felt like this for everyone. Prior to Wednesday, there was virtually no chatter whatsoever about a snap election. The conventional wisdom remained that the most likely time for an election was towards the end of the year. However, things really...
Honestly, it feels a little bit like the Tories are just recognising that it's done. And so they just want to get the fucking pain over with. Because polling is just insane. UK polling, general election. It's never been more fucking over. Where's the thing? Is this it? Oh my god, no, this is too complicated. There's a fucking graph normally. Oh, here we go. This will do. Ooh. Look at that. Voting intention, Conservative 21%, Labour 46%. Most recent polling. And this is the tracker. Oh, no, that's not what I want. Well, you can see it here. Just an absolutely insane downturn. To Labour just absolutely raping at every conceivable point and level. Basically, oh god, do you guys know about Partygate? Someone asked about it earlier. We can look at that as well today. I'll try and lay out some of the stuff that's like, fuck the Tories over. But there's basically like the Tories have been mired in various controversies. And I think even amongst the right, there's some people, like, you know, kind of Sargon of Akkad type minded people, that kind of right wing, that are just unhappy with what the Tories have done and feel like they're kind of blue Labour, basically. But yeah, there's controversies. Keir Starmer is just a kind of popular, well-liked leader of the Labour Party. He's kind of like it's like a change of pace from Corbyn before. Corbyn was very like old school Labour, you know, socialist, obviously old, cantankerous, unpopular, mired in controversy. Whereas Keir Starmer is, you know, more presentable candidate that I think a lot of people are willing to get behind. Obviously, Brexit had a big impact in terms of people lended their vote to the Tories so they could get Brexit done. And now Brexit's occurred and we've left the EU. I think you're going to see a lot of people who voted for the Conservatives to make that happen are probably going to end up switching back and voting for Labour. So we're probably going to see constituencies that moved to Conservative purely because of Brexit change back to Labour. The Tories are fucked, basically. There's no pathway with which the Tories can win. It's not happening. It would have to be a fucking miracle. It's going to be a complete Labour sweep based on polling, based on everything. Hashtag 0 seats. Wait, is that what people are saying about the Tories? I mean, Galloway is like a sideshow. Galloway, you know, even Jeremy Corbyn's running as an independent, having previously run as Labour. These are like sideshows, okay? I know that they probably get a lot of attention on the global stage, but in the grand scheme of British politics, they're fucking humegalos. They're going to have no impact. You know, having a single seat or a couple of seats doesn't really do anything. It doesn't give you any significant power. So is that it then? The righties want Tories to have 0 seats. Why? Is it punishment? Do you want to punish them? I guess that's the thing that I don't understand about that perspective. It's kind of flipped around from the American politics aspect, where it's like, surely you would like vote blue no matter who, i.e. vote Tory no matter who. Like, if you're on the right, the Tories, even if you don't like the way that they're doing things, they're the best chance that you've got to have right-wing governance, surely. There's no other party that's going to come close. They aren't right-wing. Okay, well, who are you going to vote for then? Yeah, well, I mean, I can understand that perspective. I just, you know, it's a bit like the fucking Yankoids with the Democrats. It's like, who else could you? It's like you're kind of stuck, right? I mean, you're not going to vote Labour. And the problem is, because of the way that our politics works, we operate on a first past the post system. So there's 650 constituencies, and each person votes for a member of parliament in their constituency, be it Labour, Conservative, Lib Dem, Independent, whatever. And then whoever gets the most seats is able to form a government, as long as it's over 321. Is that it? I can't remember. Something like that. And then obviously, if you don't get enough seats, you have to form a coalition with other parties in order to get a majority. I had a video that explained it all for you Yankoids, but I can't find it now. I'll see if I can find it so it breaks it down. UK general election explained, because it's obviously different from your federal system. There was like a fucking US thing I saw which looked like it laid it out. Why can't I fucking find it, dude? That's crazy. Anyway, let's finish watching this and I'll find it so you can see.
He began to speed up just before PMQs, and by mid-afternoon, most journalists were convinced a big announcement was imminent. Turns out, just this once, they were right. So in this video, we're going to have a look at what happened on Wednesday. Why Sunak...
Well, the thing is, the argument is with the first past the post system is your vote doesn't really count, because you could have, say, 3 million people. I think it happened in the 2015 election, if I remember correctly. You had like 3 million people vote for UKIP, and it was like, I think, the third biggest party based on sheer votes, but they only ended up with 1 MP, I think. So the point is even though you've got the third most votes, you still are not going to get your guy into office or have fair representation, because, you know, it's all based on voting in that constituency to get that one person elected. You know? And there's a push for proportional representation And that's something that's been brought up. I think there was a referendum on it a little while ago and it wasn't successful. But the idea being that actually we proportion seats in Parliament based on how many total votes a party gets. But obviously, yeah, people didn't want to do that. Because the thing is there is an impact locally on, like, having an MP with your political stripe is probably going to have some impact on how things are run at a local level. So yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, it's one of those things where you've got democracy, but it doesn't suit every single person. Obviously, some people are going to feel not represented because a bunch of people voted for UKIP in 2015 and they didn't really get any representation. So it kind of sucks.
Thinking on the general election date changed and what's likely to happen in the coming weeks.
I'll find that video to show you.
Before we start, if you haven't already, please consider subscribing and ringing the bell to stay in the loop and be notified when we release new videos. So let's start by explaining how all this actually happened. Wednesday started with a rare economic win for Sunak. The Bank of England announced that inflation had fallen to 2.3%, the lowest figure in almost 3 years. And
let's go! That's based. That's great for me because I'm currently saving to buy a fucking house. And fuck me, mortgages are so expensive at the moment. Total Indian domination.
Just over the bank's 2% target. As expected, the government was keen to try and jump on this and claim it as their victory, with Sunak's own Twitter page posting this graphic. Now, this is important to bear in mind, as normally this is the sort of announcement that the government...
Wait a second, hang on a minute though. If you want to claim responsibility for the inflation rate coming down, well then you've also got to take responsibility for it going up because you're in fucking charge, the Tories are in charge when that happened. What is this cope?
Well,
that's one thing that's so annoying about politicians, constantly trying to take fucking credit for the successes, but they're not taking responsibility for the bad shit that happens. Oh, well, that was something else. That was another Conservative leader, not me. Don't worry about that.
Keep in the news cycle for as long as possible. However, very quickly, journalists began to jump on the news that an unusual cabinet meeting was set to take place at 4:15 p.m, with ministers being told under no uncertain terms that they had to attend. This meant that two separate cabinet ministers, Lord Cameron and Grant Shapps, had to either cut foreign trips short or cancel them altogether in order to attend. This cabinet meeting was set to follow a meeting of Rishi Sunak and his special advisors at 2 p.m, and reportedly also a meeting with the King. With all this speculation reaching fever pitch, Sunak had two options. Either kill the rumours entirely, or in not doing so,
your money is sitting in a high yield savings account. I've got... Yeah. I've got a number of different accounts now. Honestly, I've got one that's supposed to be like a stocks and shares savings account, like an ISA. But they sent an email and said, oh, we're only going to pay you a flat interest rate. And it's like, well, why? Why are you not investing it? Like, the whole point of a stocks and shares ISA is not a flat interest rate. So I need to move it about. There's a whole bunch of stuff I need to do with my money. I need to fucking get my shit together. But yeah. Also, if interest rates come down... Oh, dude, I don't fucking know.
Fuel even more frenzied speculation.
I need an
election
accountant, is what I need.
Imminent. He opted for the latter.
Mr. Speaker, speculation is rife, so I think the public deserve a clear answer to a simple question. Does the Prime Minister intend to call a summer general election, or is he feared?
Mr. Speaker, as I have said repeatedly to him, there is, Mr. Speaker, spoiler alert, there is going to be a general election in the second half of this year, and at that moment, the British people will in fact see the truth about the honourable gentleman opposite me, because that will be the choice at the next election, Mr. Speaker. A party that is not able to say to the country what they would do, a party that would put at risk our hard-earned economic stability, or the Conservatives that are delivering a secure future for our United Kingdom.
The election speculation continued through the day, with further reports of meetings and appearances being cancelled, until finally, just after 5 p.m, Sunak stood in the rain in front of the famous Black Door, and, accompanied by an unwelcomed Labour anthem, finally put an end to all the guesswork.
Our economy is now growing faster than anyone
Bro,
predicted,
get trolled,
outpacing
bitch.
Germany, France, and the United States. And this morning it was confirmed that inflation is back to normal. This means that the pressure on prices will ease and mortgage rates will come down.
Not long after this, we saw Keir Starmer, looking a lot drier, responding to Sunak's statement.
Dude, the difference is just stark, isn't it? Like, I'm not trying to be a Labour shill right now, okay? I'm trying to be quite unbiased and neutral, right? But let's say you didn't know anything about British politics and you were to look at the two of them. Who is it that you're going to put more faith in? First of all, this guy's dry, inside, not in the rain, not retarded, okay? Looking very sharp with his suit, cool glasses, if I do say so myself. I've got a similar pair, I think. You know, nice fucking styled hair. Also white. Also white. Now, I'm not saying that because I'm racist, but there's a lot of people in the UK that are racist. So you've got to think about that angle as well. Bro, I'm not glazing. What do you mean? You guys are fucking delusional if you don't look at those two images. You're fucking coping so hard, bro. Look. Look at the difference, man. Come on. Statesman-like. Ready to lead. Bro. Labour. Labour. Let's go. Get fucked, Tory cunts.
By the force of our democracy, power returns to you. A chance to change for the better. Your future, your community, your country. Now, it will feel like a long campaign, I'm sure of that. But no matter what else is said and done, that opportunity for change is what this election is about. Over the course of the last 4 years, we've changed the Labour Party, returned it once more to the service of working people. All we ask now, humbly, is to do exactly the same for our country and return Britain to the service of working people.
The thing is, this announcement actually raised more questions.
So basically, Labour, a lot of Democrats, but because of the culture war in the UK at the moment, they've actually had to become a bit less woke. So, for example, there's been discussion about like trans stuff, and Labour now are like, especially with the Cass review, they are like, oh yeah, we got to chill out with some of this trans stuff, to be honest. It's crazy, man. Labour are winning back the hearts and minds of the bigots that they lost in the 2019 election, voting for Tories for Brexit. But yeah, they've reeled in a lot of the woke shit, to put it simply. And they're pushing a more moderate sort of platform than what it was under, certainly under Corbyn.
Than it answered. The two main ones being, why call it now, and what happens next? So let's have a look at these in turn. Now, it's not entirely clear why Sunak decided that today was the day to call the election. However, we can speculate. The most obvious reason is that he thinks things are only...
Bro, do you know what's so funny, right? All these this is, honestly, right? And I speak as someone, okay, who is a fucking lefty, despite what people might think of me, right? But the thing is, you've got to be realistic, right? Corbyn, dude, the fucking... Corbyn's polling was atrocious, always, okay? You can blame it on the press all you want, you can do it. At the end of the day, Corbyn was not a popular fucking leader, okay? The Corbynite cope is insane. Corbyn was never popular, he was mired in controversy. Was the press harsh to him? Certainly in some cases, but he was also harsh to him fuck himself. He said insane things, right? He had insane fucking untenable positions that you cannot fucking have when you're the leader of the Labour Party. And he fucking pile drove the fucking party into the ground with his fucking socialist bullshit, okay? The people are not ready for socialism. It's not happening, all right? The best you're going to get is sock them, but not to sock them. That is the reality of it at a fucking national political level, okay? Yeah, the students liked him. Great. But most people fucking hated him, and it shows in the polling and shows in the fucking response to him. At the end of the day, if you want fucking lefty shit, Starmer is as good as it's going to get at a fucking national electoral level. And that's that, you know? For his fucking faults.
Going to get worse. While inflation has come down, it's still coming down slowly.
Like all these fucking all these fucking Corbynite lefty freaks, insufferable. They're totally fucking insufferable, right? Because they're like, I'm not going to vote Labour, and then all they do is bitch and moan about what Labour are doing. Fuck off, then. Go and do something else, you fucking Corbynite loser freak. Okay, stop coping. It's over. The Corbynite project is dead. It was dead on arrival. It's dead now. It's over. Move on and do something else. Okay. SNP, thank you for the £5. SNP down in polls, Tories down in polls. Things can only get better in charts. Blairites stay winning. Oh. Yeah, I don't know, man. This is a bit of a... I think Blairites are going to get a kick out of this election, certainly.
Expected, and interest rate cuts now look unlikely. Similarly, recurring problems with the Rwanda plan mean that there's no guarantee it'll get off the ground before the end of the year, and generally, small boat crossings are more prevalent in the summer months, when the weather is more favourable. Another less obvious reason for wanting to call it sooner is that it just doesn't seem as though there'll be enough fiscal headroom for a big tax cut pre-election. Alongside the inflation figures this morning, the ONS demonstrated that public sector borrowing was £1.5 billion higher than last year, and that borrowing in April had hit £20.5 billion.
Ooh, Conservatives running the country like it's a fucking piggy bank, eh? What are they conserving? That's going to be my role here. Is to do an anti-conservative thing so people don't vote Conservative. Come on, righties, what are these people even conserving? Look at this. This is like the party of a fiscally responsible Conservative government. What the fuck, bro?
Pounds, the fourth highest since records began in 1993. This was significantly higher than the government were hoping for. The Office for Budget Responsibility, for instance, had assumed that borrowing would come in at £19.3 billion. What this meant for Sunak was that his main reason for holding out for an election later in the year, so that he can cut taxes in the run-up to it, had just dissolved. Anyway, whatever Sunak was thinking, we now know when the election is, and we also know just how much there is for MPs to do in the next few weeks. As things stand, Parliament is expected to...
It's time to experiment with totalitarian fascism. Listen, in all seriousness, guys, I don't want to be really fucking obnoxious about it, okay? Because obviously, you know, I am a Labour voter. I personally will be voting Labour. But, like, I'm not here to preach to you. I'm not here to tell you what to do. I mean, in many ways, it doesn't matter anyway, because it seems very likely that Labour are going to win. But I don't want to do the gay, like, trying to convince you of this, that, or the other. Okay? Do as you wish. Okay? At the end of the day. I'm just here to talk about it, cover some funny stuff, and maybe do a bit of ironic Keir Starmer shilling. And that's it. Okay?
To be dissolved or prorogued next Friday, with MPs between now and then taking part in something known as the wash-up period.
The Blair edits.
This is where the Commons desperately tries to rush through any remaining pieces of legislation still going through Parliament before dissolution or prorogation. Now, technically, MPs can also pass something known as a carryover motion, which saves the piece of legislation it's specifically been passed for from being lost. However, these motions also need to be voted for prior to dissolution or prorogation, so will need to be sorted by next Friday. Once this is all done, or potentially even as this is happening, political parties will need to select their candidates. Due to the short nature of the campaign period, they won't have enough time to properly vet each of their candidates. So it's likely that throughout the 5 weeks campaigning period, and possibly even during the next Parliament itself, we'll see candidates called up for all sorts of previous behaviour that regular vetting would likely have caught. Now, this isn't the only byproduct of a short campaign, though. We'll also likely see plenty of hastily written manifestos, last-minute debates, and a good deal of political communication gaffes. And don't worry, we'll be with you throughout the campaign period and beyond, bringing you explainer videos on everything
By the way,
from
this
debates
channel's
and
great.
party
You should go and
broadcasts
subscribe if you
to
want
the
to see.
manifestos and policy announcements. We'll be doing that not just here on the UK channel, but also over on the TLDR podcast channel, where the team will regularly analyse and dissect everything going on in the run-up to this historic election in our brand new podcast series. The first episode will go live over there later today, so make sure you check it out. Now,
okay, right. Anyway, go and subscribe to his channel. Right, I've got something here which is going to make this so simple for you Yankoids, you can't possibly fuck this up, okay? Let's have a little look and we'll see. And also, I want to talk about some of the controversies that have mired British politics that you might not have heard about. So we're going to do a full-on. I've got about another hour and 45 minutes or so before I need to go, maybe 2 hours. So we've got some time. I just fucking had it. Where is it? Dude, what is wrong with me? I can't find it. What is wrong with me? No. Okay, here we go. How do UK elections work? Here we go. Okay, CNBC. That's an American network, isn't it? This is geared towards you yank
Britain
retards.
is heading to the ballot box for its first December election in almost a century. It could decide both the fate of the UK's departure from the European Union and the future of the world's 5th largest economy. So how does Britain's voting system work?
I was a Remainer, yes, correct. But I wasn't. I respected the result of the referendum and thought we should have followed through with it when not fucked about like some people wanted. I support I love democracy.
The UK is divided into 650 local areas called parliamentary constituencies, each of which is represented by one member of parliament, or MP, in the House of Commons. Constituencies vary in size geographically, but typically each will have between 60,000 and 80,000 voters. All British citizens resident in the country and aged...
Yo! Hang on a minute.
80,000 voters.
Why is this guy voting? What's that about? I thought the Tories put a stop to all that, no? What's going on there? I thought they put in voter ID so blacks weren't allowed to vote anymore. Wasn't that the point, to stop the blacks from voting?
British citizens resident in the country and aged 18 years old or over on December the 12th will be able to cast their ballots, with some 46 million people reportedly registered to vote. Voters choose one person from a list of candidates to represent their local area, and the candidate that receives the most votes wins. All of the elected MPs then enter Parliament to sit in the House of Commons and represent the people in their constituency. The political party that secures the most MPs is then invited by the Queen to form a government.
So obviously this is from 2019, so now it's obviously the King, because the Queen died. So it's the King.
An absolute majority in Parliament is 326 seats, although the number for a working majority is slightly lower in practice. That's because lawmakers elected for Sinn Féin in Northern Ireland actively abstain from taking up their seats in Westminster, since the party rejects Britain's claim to sovereignty over Ireland. So
Cope! IRA oid cope is what that is.
For example, in the 2017 election, 7 Sinn Féin MPs were elected. This effectively lowered the threshold for a majority to 320.
Dude, honestly, looking back over the Corbyn years, the level of cope on display was absolutely insane. The 2017 election, the Labour Party didn't get enough seats to form a majority government. The Tories were close and then they had to form a coalition, right? But like, just the fact that Labour had gained seats when it was fucking Theresa May, you know, a massively unpopular politician, and all Labour could do is gain seats. And they acted like that was a fucking win. And they were acting like it was a Corbyn win. It's like, the level of cope was insane. Even at his most popular, Corbyn couldn't even achieve close enough to a majority. I remember vividly seeing this analysis, and people were talking about, oh, well, if Labour forms a coalition with like 5 different parties, then they could form a government. It's like, bro, you're fucking coping so hard, dude. It's over. It was over then. It was never been more over than it was then. It was over. You know, this was the best that Corbyn could achieve. Not even getting close enough to, dude. 2019 election was even worse.
22. If there's a clear result, when polls close at 10 PM on election day, we can expect to see opposition leaders conceding to the winner. However, if recent history is to repeat itself and no party secures a majority, the election could bring about another hung parliament. In June 2017, a shock exit poll showed Theresa May's ruling Conservative Party had failed to return a parliamentary majority.
This is completely catastrophic for the Conservatives and for Theresa May.
It forced the Prime Minister to strike a deal with the Northern Irish Democratic Unionist Party, or DUP, in order to secure a working majority in the House of Commons. If there is no clear winner this time around, parties could look to create a formal...
Like, that whole situation was an L for the Conservatives, not a win for the Labour Party, right? It was Theresa May called an election, overconfident, thought they'd gain more seats and they didn't. Massive L. But, like, it was not a fucking Labour win. But people tried to paint it as a Labour win. And it wasn't.
Alliance together. That way, they could bolster their chances of securing enough votes to pass laws in Parliament. As the incumbent, Boris Johnson would get first try to form a government.
So it's a bit outdated, but you get the idea.
With the DUP, he could try to secure a formal coalition arrangement, which is what happened in 2010 between the Conservatives and the Liberal Democrats.
And work together in the national interest.
If Johnson is unable to form a government, he could resign and recommend the leader of the largest opposition party be given a chance to form the executive. As is typical with major national parties in campaign mode ahead of the general election.
Yeah, I actually don't know the ins and outs of the rules about it and stuff, but yeah, over here, there is obviously a date which the election is supposed to happen a certain amount of time after the previous election, but yeah, an election can be called for. Which is what happened with Theresa May. She called an election hoping to gain more seats and it didn't work out, and then had to form a... It was just disastrous for the Tories, basically. What do you think of the Lib Dems? I voted for the Lib Dems once in my life, and I regret it. I massively regret it. The Lib Dems just serve as a kind of like... I mean, okay. God, this... So basically... The Lib Dems completely destroyed any reputation they had when they formed a coalition government with the Tories in 2010. The Lib Dems promised that they wouldn't raise university tuition fees, but then they helped the Tories to put in place policy that raised tuition fees. That was like the end for the Lib Dems in terms of their... Like, they're like a bit of a joke these days, right? They get a few seats, you know, but they're not any significant force, really. They exist really as an entity where if there isn't enough seats if Labour or Conservatives don't get enough seats, then maybe they're there to help form a coalition government. That's it. They're never going to have significant political powers independently in the UK.
They have all suggested they would not be willing to work together to form a government. Most countries around the world use proportional voting systems, meaning that a party that wins half of the total vote share also wins half of the seats in Parliament. But not in the UK. The voting system used in Westminster is known as first past the post. A term used in horse racing, it signifies that the contest is effectively over once a candidate receives the largest number of votes for their local area. Essentially, it's winner takes all. The same voting system is used in Canada and India, as well as many Caribbean and African
Please, sir,
states.
help me, sir, I'm
Advocates
Indian,
of
sir.
first past the post say it is a simple and familiar process which usually delivers a one-party government. It allows that party to implement their plans over the duration of the parliament.
I mean, yeah, obviously India have got it because we I mean, I think what they were doing before is they'd have basically like multiple toilets, and they would go and shit into the toilet of the person they like the most, and they'd look at it, and whichever had the biggest pile of shit, they would actually become the leader of India. But when we went over there, we were like, nah, this is no good. We're not fucking having this. We're not doing this. This is weird. You can have our system instead.
First past the post certainly has its critics, with many quick to point out that the winning MP usually receives less than half of the vote. In most constituencies, the majority of people actually end up voting against the winning candidate rather than for them. MPs are sometimes elected on a vote share as low as 35%, leaving the losing parties with 65% of the vote. The winning party is also usually elected by less than half of the electorate. In fact, of the 21 general elections between 1935 and 2017, the majority of voters only voted for parties that form the government on 2 separate occasions. Smaller parties often hit out at the first-past-the-post voting system too, arguing they do not gain fair representation. In 2015, the UK Independence Party, led at the time by Brexit proponent Nigel Farage, received 12.6% of the vote, but this only returned 1 MP. It's also argued that the
Like, that is wrong. That is like that is a fucked up problem in the system. Is you can get that much of the vote and you get 1 seat. That was because of Brexit. That was because because of anti-EU shit. Yeah. Yeah, I do think it's a downside of the system. I'm not saying that I would say to change it, but it is a problem, right? We had a referendum on it, and we didn't want to change it. I think we had a referendum, didn't we? Ages ago.
The first-past-the-post voting system encourages what's known as tactical voting. Take so-called safe seats. If you're a voter that lives in a constituency that usually returns a Labour MP, for example, you may feel there is little point in backing a Conservative candidate because they are unlikely to be elected. When this happens, and it happens a lot, voters may choose to vote against a candidate they dislike rather than for one they prefer. Or they might not vote at all. Around 2/3 of constituencies in the UK are considered safe seats. In 2011, the British public was given a chance to change Westminster's voting system with the alternative vote referendum, but the electorate overwhelmingly rejected this option. The vote on December 12th is much more likely to usher in a government led by either the Conservative Party's Boris Johnson or the Labour Party's Jeremy Corbyn.
Wow. Rishi Sunak and Keir Starmer. Obviously, this is from 2019. Before the true Corbyn cope really began. God, I tell you what, dude. When Corbyn lost, the cope was... Fuck, dude. All the newspapers. Oh, this. No, dude. All the internal problems and everything. Corbyn was just unpopular and he lost. Get over it. It's still to this day, there's these Corbyn copers. It's crazy.
The incumbent has sought to frame the vote as a Brexit election.
We're going to get Brexit done.
With each of the major national parties offering markedly different visions of how best to resolve the UK's long-running constitutional crisis. Johnson, who had promised to deliver Brexit by October 31st, come what may, do or die.
Brexit was, I would say the single biggest, most decisive political issue of this century in the UK. I cannot remember a time when the country was more divided. It was horrendous, to be honest. It was horrible. It was really nasty. My personal view on it was that I think that the anti-EU people were overstating the issues with the EU. And I think that the problem from the Remain side is that they weren't pointing out the benefits of remaining in the EU. They just pointed out the possible negatives of leaving. It's like Brexit people painted a positive picture of leaving that was something people could get behind. Oh, we can do this. This is going to be great. This is going to be great. Da, 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 da. Whereas the Remain people were like, oh, we don't want to leave because it's scary and bad. And then, you had this dynamic where after we ended up leaving, there were these little things that people were finding out that were benefits of being in the EU that they were then complaining about. And it's like for example, customs queues and stuff like that. Obviously, if you go to Europe now, it used to be that you'd be able to fly through like an EU customs thing, but you can't do that now. And there were these queues and all these fucking red-faced gammon retards were complaining about it. It's like, well, yeah, this is what you wanted, bro. You wanted to leave. This is one of the consequences of that. But to be honest with you, I don't think it's the end of the world. I don't think that it's come to pass that leaving the EU has been quite as catastrophic as some people were trying to paint out. And things are fine, But... And I hated I remember the day we left the EU, there were these fucking retarded pro-EU freaks that were talking about rejoining. And it's like, bro, we've literally just got out, ending probably the most decisive period of British politics in the past fucking 20 years. and you want to join again. No. That would also be anti-democratic. It would be completely anti-democracy to rejoin the EU after we just had a massive fucking referendum about it. Like, I hated the anti-democracy takes. Like, it was like, oh, well, you know, people weren't educated. Yeah, sure, not everyone was fucking educated on it. I agree with that. But, like, you can't use that after you've lost to fucking... Do you know what I mean? It's like, bro, just get over it. You lost, you know? Corbyn, lost. Brexit, remain in the EU, lost. Get over it, move forward, okay?
Demanded a general election after Parliament frustrated his attempts to ratify his last-minute divorce deal with the EU. As the leader of the centre-right Conservatives, Johnson said that if his party wins, he will get lawmakers...
Okay, you say fuck democracy, it's lame. But then the only reason that we voted and had a referendum is because David Cameron was worried about losing votes to UKIP, right? So the Tories are the ones that made this referendum happen because they were worried about losing votes. And once that decision is made, that's it. Let the people vote and then take the fucking decision and move forward. You know, it's like, if you don't want to have the don't have the referendum if you don't want to respect the results of it and then lose your fucking votes, you know?
Because to ratify his Brexit divorce deal before the end of January. By comparison, Corbyn's Labour Party has indicated they would need slightly longer to resolve Brexit. The centre-left opposition has said it will negotiate a new withdrawal agreement with the bloc within 6 months of the election. Labour would then seek to hold a national referendum on whether...
Bro, this policy was so fucking retarded. Why on earth would you have another referendum, dude? Why? Why would you? Like, this was a mishmash of the two different sides of the debate in the Labour Party. This was a mishmash of the Remainers and the begrudging Leavers, you know? This was such a stupid policy. This, you know, if Corbyn wasn't unpopular enough, suggesting a policy that the vast majority of people on both sides would say, this is fucking retarded. We don't want to do this again. Fuck me, dude. What an insane decision.
Whether to leave on the terms it has agreed, which it says will mean maintaining very close ties between Britain and the EU, or to remain. Corbyn, the veteran socialist leader of Labour, has said he will stay neutral in such a referendum.
We can't go on forever being divided by how people voted in 2016.
He's argued it's right to try to appeal to both the 52% of people who voted Brexit and the 48% of people that voted to remain. Meanwhile, the pro-EU Liberal Democrats are trying to woo voters away from bigger parties by promising to scrap Brexit altogether. Joe Swinson, the leader of the centrist party, has said the fast-approaching vote is a moment for seismic change. Almost all politicians were in agreement that a pre-Christmas election was necessary to try to break a cycle of inaction over Brexit. And major parties are now scrambling to attract rural voters in a bid to end years.
Okay, now you guys understand how it works, okay? So speaking of Corbyn, Corbyn is actually running as an independent candidate because he had his whip removed. I can't remember the exact. Basically, he had the whip removed, which basically means the Labour Party don't endorse him as a member of Parliament, and so he had to sit as an independent. I can't remember what's. There's a fucking whole thing with this. Anyway, he's running as an independent. Long story short, so that's going to be interesting, and there's going to be a Labour candidate running against him for the first time in fucking years and years.
I've fought in every election for the past 40 years as a Labour candidate. This time, I'm denied that. So, I'm offering my services as an independent in Islington North. I hope you'll be able to support me. I'm looking forward to the PhDs that are going to be written that are going to analyse what happened in the Labour Party, that welcome Tory MPs who had voted for all of the horrible legislation introduced by David Cameron, Theresa May.
Lose a point of view. Lose a point of view. Dude, I can't bear it, man. The cope is unfucking believable with this shit.
Boris Johnson and Rishi Sunak. I excluded Liz Truss from that because she didn't have time to introduce anything. They've been welcomed, whereas Labour MPs like me have been removed from the party. Doesn't that say something about the principles on which we're operating? When I
Where did principles get you, fucking Dude, I can't bear it, man. This is like concentrated Corbynite cope coming from the man himself. Where did your principles get you? Exactly, the biggest loss in 100 years. Like, fuck off, man. These lefties are insufferable. Go and do your own thing then. Fuck off. Go and set up your own thing. Get the fuck out of here.
Stepped down as leader of the Labour Party, the party membership was hovering around 600,000, the largest membership it had ever had. Money came in large amounts from very small donations from a very large number of people. Since then, party membership is much smaller and much more money comes from very wealthy donors.
Bro, it's like, what was the figure?
Of the Labour Party, the party membership was hovering around 600,000.
600,000. In a country of, what is it, 63 million? It's like, oh my God, man, I fucking hate leftoids so bad, dude. They are so typical, like, I don't care what people want, okay? I don't care what the majority want. What I want is correct, and we need to subject everyone to that. What's the vote? I don't know what the fucking voting base is. You see the point I'm trying to make, though, right? Chud is the lone lefty. I am a lefty, but I hate the leftoid cope about this stuff. Corbyn lost because he was unpopular. You can point to fucking, oh, we had lots of different people giving us money and shit like that. Doesn't matter. All irrelevant. All irrelevant. This dude was playing the wrong fucking game.
The largest membership it had ever had. Money came in large amounts from very small donations from a very large number of people. Since then, party membership is much smaller and much more money comes.
Okay, party membership smaller. The polling, you cannot, dude, it's so insufferable, bro. Look at the polling, dude! The polling, though! It's just like it's lies. It's just lies. I can't stand the fucking lies about this shit. It's this deceptive way of talking about it that doesn't take into account the fact that polling when you were in charge was dog shit, and it's not anymore.
Comes from very wealthy donors. The democracy in the Labour Party has been under sustained attack. Many Labour Party members have been suspended or expelled. Local parties have often been denied the right to...
Why? Why have they been expelled? What's going on there, hey?
Choose the candidate they want, and despite promises that were made, candidates have been imposed on people in constituencies. Democracy is not always easy, it's often complicated, but it's more important and more vital than the headline of tomorrow or the ease of somebody sustaining their power today. I joined the Labour Party as a young man in 1966, and I frequently disagreed with the party's policies. For example, over the strategy on the Vietnam War of the Wilson government of that time. I disagreed with Tony Blair on the war in Afghanistan, in Iraq, and on his proposal to increase student fees. I wasn't expelled from the party, I wasn't suspended from the party. I was recognised as having a legitimate voice, along with a large number of other people. If you start shutting down dissent and preventing people from speaking out, it's not a sign of strength. It's a sign of weakness. A sign of strength is when you can absorb and listen to the otother person.
He disagreed with allowing Jewish people in the party. Okay, look. There was definitely, I mean, what's funny about it is you're seeing now in the most recent round of Israel-Palestine discourse and fucking war and shit, the anti-Semitic problem at the heart of lefty shit, right? There's definitely an issue with lefties who are unable to really discern in a clear way, you know, Jewish person, Israeli government policy, Israeli fucking leader, etc. I don't know, man. Dude, I think that I don't know, dude. I'm anti-Semitic now, so I don't really care.
Arguments.
I don't know what to say.
I want to see the end of the Tory government. This Tory government that has presided over this enormous growth in inequality within our society, working class.
Okay, I'm going to set though. Wait a sec. She's clearly buying fags and booze. Look at the state of her. Why are you showing this person? She's probably buying a pack of 20 Marlboro Gold and a bottle of fucking White Lightning. Fucking lazy bitch.
Within our society, working class communities are about 20% worse off than they were at the time of the great crash of 2008-9. And this government that has persisted with so much draconian legislation, police law and others, which try to shut down the right of dissent and the right of protest.
Okay, he's got a point there.
What has become more depressing is the growing sympathy between the two front benches on economic strategy in our society. If I'm in Parliament and the government comes forward to put more money into the National Health Service, I'll be right behind them. If they want to put more resources into education and end the stress of testing, I'll be right behind them. But if they come forward with an economic strategy which further enriches the very richest in our society and further impoverishes the poorest in our society, then I will be speaking up against them and speaking up for a society based on social justice, based on need. And
I mean, if I remember correctly, I think his policy was putting taxes on rich people shit, basically. I think raising corporation tax, I think adding tax to fees for public school, if I recall correctly. Dude, I can't even remember. They say it was fully costed, apparently. Basically, rich people were going to get raped financially. That was the Labour fucking policy.
A world based on peace and environmental sustainability. Being a member of Parliament is an enormous privilege. And in Parliament, it means being prepared to take up causes that are sometimes not popular. I was involved from the very beginning in the campaign for the innocence of the Guildford Four. 4 young people who were disgracefully imprisoned on life sentences for a crime they did not commit. It wasn't very popular to take up that cause, but over years we eventually won that cause.
Honestly, Corbyn was always best placed as like a rebel MP on like the Labour backbenches. In hindsight, I mean, I just don't think the people wanted a fucking old crusty socialist guy who had said and done crazy stuff in the past. Like, honestly, what I find so irritating about this kind of thing, right? And this is the same for any platform, but platforms like this, Double Down News, right? They just let someone come on and just spout their shit without any sort of pushback or any sort of like he gets to come on and just paint himself in the best possible light when he has had numerous very embarrassing, very damaging gaffes that he's had. You know, like liking that fucking anti-Semitic Facebook post, or the time he referred to Hamas and other fucking local terrorist groups over there as friends, which he since lied about and changed the story on. Dude, I hate it. I hate the fact that these people could just like the politicians, dude. All politicians fucking suck in one way or another. What is this fucking cock gobbling that is happening here?
And they were released. Being a member of Parliament is lots of long hours and hard work. I'm not afraid of that. This election is obviously a very important one, and defeating the Tory government is very important. But there's many diverse forces that are opposing this Conservative government, all kinds of...
He also allegedly called Theresa May a stupid woman in Parliament. I mean, that's based. And has slept with a surprising number of people in his cabinet. Yes, that is true. I know one person for sure that this guy has hung the beef curtains of. And that is, of course, Diane Abbott. God, imagine Corbyn tackling this wonderful woman. Imagine the scene. Imagine the stench of a truffle butter. That is fucking gross. New Medea movie when? What the fuck does that mean? DDN and yeah. So I presume that because they don't have like a broadcast license or whatever, like Sky News does say, I think they're allowed to do it. But yeah, it's just dishonest. Call it double down news, and then you don't adhere to the same standards. But yeah, Diane Abbott is a very gaffe-prone politician that said crazy stuff. Like when they were asked about costing for certain policies, and they totally fucked it up.
Political alliances will arise after the election. I say to socialists all over the country, stick to your principles, carry on campaigning in all the social justice and peace causes you do, and also participate in the election so you can advance the ideas of a socialist society. To the people of Islington North, thank you for your support. Thank you for all you've taught me over the years.
That's something,
it is a
I
wonderful
guess.
community, cohesive.
But the thing is, who are you going to vote for? The Green Party, the party of the fucking Muslims now. Did you see after the local, there was a recent election. What was it called? A fucking... whatever. There was like these fucking Green Party Muslims getting elected, saying a bunch of Muslim stuff, bro. Fucking hell, man. That's pretty fucking terrifying, no?
United,
when you're
determined
racist,
to bring about social justice. Yes, we have huge issues to deal with, but we deal with those together. And it's my joy to work with all of our communities, in our community centres, in our schools, on our housing estates, to try and bring about a better world. Our campaign, and it is ours, not just mine, for the general election, is going to be people-powered. Check it out on votecorbyn.com and join in. Together, grassroots politics here in Islington North will get into Westminster. In my experience, the media very seldom give a fair hearing to radical politicians or radical politics, but indeed...
fair hearing, aka an edited number of statements. Oh, that's crazy. Okay, what else is going on? I saw another video about the UK election. What was Corbyn's? What was not Corbyn's statement? Fucking Starmer. What did they have to say about it all? Yo.
Thank you.
Yo, let's go!
The Prime Minister has finally announced the next general election. A moment the country needs and has been waiting for. And where, by the force of our democracy,
look at that statesmanship,
power
man.
returns to you.
Yes.
A chance to change for the better. Your future, your community.
Yes, Starmer.
Your country.
Yes.
Now, it will feel like a long campaign, I'm sure of that. But no matter what else is said and done, that opportunity for change is what this election is about.
Yes, you tell them.
Over the course of the last 4 years, we've changed the Labour Party, returned it once more to the service of working people. All we ask now, humbly, is to do exactly the same for our country and return Britain to the service of working people. To that purpose, we offer why you should change Britain with Labour. One, because we will stop the chaos. Look around our country. The sewage in our rivers, people waiting on trolleys in A&E, crime
Dreadful.
virtually unpunished.
He's right, you know, he's totally
Mortgages
correct.
and
Dreadful
food prices
business.
through the roof. It's all, every bit of it, a direct result of the Tory chaos in Westminster.
Tory chaos.
Time and again, they pursue their own interests rather than tackling the issues that affect your family. And if they get another 5 years, they will feel entitled to carry on exactly as they are. Nothing will change. A vote for Labour is a vote for stability, economic and political.
Yes!
A politics that treads more lightly on all our lives. A vote to stop the chaos. 2, because it's time for change. Our offer is to reset both our economy and our politics so that they once again serve the interests of working people. We totally reject the Tory view that economic strength is somehow gifted from those at the top. Over the past 14 years, through all the crises we've had to face, sticking with that idea has left our country exposed, insecure, and unable to unlock the potential of every community. But a vote for Labour is a vote to turn the page on all that. A vote for change. And finally, 3, because we have a long-term plan to rebuild Britain. A plan that is ready to go, fully costed and fully funded. We can deliver economic stability, cut the NHS waiting time.
Right, give me literally
secure
1 minute.
our borders
Listen
with
to
a new
my man,
border
Steve.
security
Keir
command.
Starmer.
Harness great British energy to cut your bills for good. Tackle antisocial behaviour and get the teachers we need in your children's classroom. But most importantly of all, we do all this with a new spirit of service. Country first, party second. A rejection of the gesture politics you will see in this campaign, I have no doubt, from the Tories and the SNP. I'm well aware of the cynicism people hold towards politicians at the moment. But I came into politics late, having served our country as leader of the Crown Prosecution Service. And I helped the police service in Northern Ireland to gain the consent of all communities. Service of our country is the reason and the only reason why I am standing here now asking for your vote. And I believe with patience, determination, and that commitment to service, there is so much pride and potential we can unlock across our country. So here it is, the future of the country in your hands. On the 4th of July, you have the choice. And together, we can stop the chaos, we can turn the page, we can start to rebuild Britain and change our country. Thank you.
Let's go. Ooh. What Labour going to
Labour's
do?
top team descended on Essex, shipped out of Westminster for set dressing, election style.
Okay, anyway. Look, let's look at some fucking exciting stuff. Well, as exciting as UK politics gets. People have asked about various controversies that apparently you don't know about. Probably because it's not interesting and it's not Americanized. But I'll fill you in. Let's start off here. This really was probably one of the biggest things that happened. That really went against the Tories, right?
It's a transgression that transcends party politics.
So this was a massive controversy over here, okay? And it's all to do with COVID lockdowns and politicians breaking lockdown rules despite supposedly being subject to the same rules. And obviously, one thing that the electorate fucking hates more than anything else is politicians not holding to the same rules that they're supposed to live by, right? So this was like enormous over here. And it was probably the single most detrimental scandal that's hit the Conservative Party, you know, over the last few years.
So it's finally here, or at least part of it is. Sue Gray's report into parties in Downing Street and beyond has been published by Number 10, and it makes for uncomfortable reading for Boris Johnson.
Ooh.
There had been speculation that the Metropolitan Police's request to make minimal reference to incidents they're now investigating would mean that the Gray report would be something of a damp squib. But Sue Gray has certainly bared her teeth and made it clear that worse is to come. For starters, we've learned that the police are investigating 12 out of the 16 get-togethers looked at by Gray, far more than was previously thought. They include the Prime Minister's birthday party and the infamous Bring Your Own Booze garden party.
Oh yeah, the garden party. So yeah, that's because obviously people are pointing this out in chat, right? But like the rules were so severe over here that you couldn't even like go to a loved one's funeral, right? You were prevented from like going to a loved one's funeral, or like, you know, a loved one is in hospital, you're not allowed to get close to them because of social distancing, you're not allowed to go there. Lots of different personal stories of people having, you know, all these issues from lockdowns. And then the politicians, the very politicians that put these in place and said, you need to follow these rules, were fucking partying in total contravention of the rules they themselves have set up that they're supposed to be subject to as well. So people were like disgusted and just thought it was horrendous that this happened. And it caused massive detriment and issues for the Tories, which is probably one of the reasons, alongside others, that, yeah. Only retards followed the rules. Okay. But, like, you can't get around the fact, like, a funeral home is not going to circumvent the rules for you. People were not able to go to a funeral of a loved one because of these rules. And it wasn't anything that they could control, right?
Both of which the PM attended. And also a party in the Prime Minister's Downing Street flat on the day his former advisor Dominic Cummings left his job. Reportedly, an ABBA-themed winner-takes-it-all party organised by the PM's wife, Carrie.
Oh no! That's
but
rough,
it's Sue
man.
Gray's damning criticism of individual events and the culture in Downing Street that will cause the greatest problems for Mr Johnson.
What the Gray report does show is that number 10 Downing Street was not observing the regulations they had imposed on members of the public. So either my right honourable friend had not read the rules, or didn't understand what they meant, and others around him, or they didn't think the rules applied to number 10.
Theresa May getting
Which
the boot
was
in.
it?
Gray says there were failures of leadership and judgment by different parts of number 10 and the Cabinet Office at different times. Some of the events should not have happened.
The meme lady. Oh my god. You Yankoids are so annoying. She was the Prime Minister. No wonder she's getting the boot in. She's bitter. Bitter old woman.
And others should have been nipped in the bud, she says. This is clearly a criticism of Mr Johnson himself, even though the report doesn't explicitly say so. Then the report turns to the way people behaved at the gatherings. Some of the behaviour was difficult to justify, Gray says. At least some of them represented a serious failure to observe the high standards expected of those working at the heart of government. The excessive consumption of alcohol is not appropriate in a
The fucking politicians were partying in fucking ABBA-themed parties where people laid on a fucking slab, unable to be seen by their loved ones. What an insane thing to do.
professional workplace at any time, the report says, and whistleblowers felt unable to raise their concerns. Finally, Gray says that leadership structures in Downing Street are fragmented and complicated, which has led to the blurring of lines of accountability. Again, this is a criticism that lands at the PM's door, even though Gray doesn't say so. Those at the top do not need to wait for the police to finish their investigation to make vital changes, she says. So, Boris Johnson knows that both he and his wife are under police investigation, and Sue Gray clearly has more to say once that police investigation concludes. If the Prime Minister manages to convince backbenchers to hold off sending in letters of no confidence in him, he might buy himself weeks or even months to try to turn things around by relaunching his Downing Street operation and hoping that time proves to be a great healer in his relationship with his MPs, the Tory party members and the public at large.
That is why we are making changes now to the way Downing Street and the Cabinet Office run, so that we can get on with the job that I was elected to do, Mr. Speaker, and the job that this government was elected to do.
Whatever happens next, Partygate...
What happened as a result of this? Well, Boris Johnson, you know, I think he resigned, didn't he? I think, did he get, like, votes no confidence and then resigned or something? I'm pretty sure. But then also, the other knock-on effect is they're going to get absolutely fucking trounced at the next election because of this too. So yeah, that's the effect.
Partygate has been the biggest crisis of a premiership that Boris Johnson had hoped would last for a decade or more. The polls in recent weeks have shown that Boris Johnson, the man who could reach the parts other politicians couldn't, has gone from one of the most popular leaders of recent times to one of the most unpopular.
Yeah, he was. Oh, that's true as well. Especially in the early days when he was pushing for Brexit, get Brexit done. He was very popular. But then this happened, and people quickly changed their fucking tune.
Where predecessors like May, Cameron, and Thatcher were forced out because of misjudgments they made on policy, it's Boris Johnson's personal behaviour that has brought him to the brink.
The update has proven that Boris Johnson allowed a culture and was part of a culture that thought that the rules don't apply to them. You know, they were drinking booze, laughing, joking, having parties.
Up until now, the fight against COVID allowed the Prime Minister to drown out almost everything else in Westminster for almost 2 years.
Dude, this guy was so funny. I remember in the early days of COVID, like what, February, March, I think, 2020, this guy was talking about shaking hands with COVID patients. Just saying, he was like, yeah. I was just walking around the ward shaking hands with people. This is before it got really bad with all the lockdowns and social distancing and stuff. Oh. He had a Diane moment, but the difference was you can't catch AIDS by shaking hands, but you can catch COVID by shaking hands.
There have, of course, been challenges to his authority as right-wing MPs grew increasingly frustrated about lockdown rules, and in the background...
Look at this guy! Oh my god, man. That is like a fucking classic Tory look. Look at this dude. Holy shit.
There were also rumblings about his brand of conservatism. But for the most part, Boris Johnson managed to bat most of these threats off. While the Prime Minister's maverick style of leadership always came with a high degree of risk, no one had predicted that the biggest threat to his premiership would come in the form of drinks parties held within Downing Street while the rest of the country was making daily sacrifices. Like many big political scandals, it was something of a slow burner. It was on November the 30th that the first accusation of parties that broke lockdown rules emerged. The story initially struggled to catch the public's imagination, but a few days later, ITV News obtained a video of the Prime Minister's press secretary, Allegra Stratton, joking about the Christmas party in a rehearsal for a press conference.
His fictional party was a business meeting. And it was not socially distanced.
She later resigned.
Oh, uh-oh. Hot mic moment. That is a classic video. Dumb bitch. Don't let women into politics. They'll only fuck you over.
And this afternoon, I am offering my resignation to the Prime Minister.
Over the course of the following months, a slow drip of further lockdown-breaching parties and gatherings across Whitehall and Downing Street captured the news agenda and stoked the fires of public anger. But it was in the new year that the revelations took a turn for the worse. The Prime Minister had attended a drinks party in the Downing Street garden to which 100 people had been invited by his principal private secretary, Martin Reynolds, who told them to bring your own booze. Then we revealed in the Daily Telegraph that 2 separate leaving do's had been held in Downing Street in April 2021 on the eve of Prince Philip's funeral. This in particular will have struck a chord with the general public, who watched Her Majesty mourn the loss of her husband of 74 years, all by herself, in accordance with the rules at the time.
Dude! Oh my god, man. How devastating. Obviously, there's a lot of, like, pro-royalty people over here. So that would have been a complete... For some people, this would have been more upsetting to them than not being able to go to their own fucking family member's funeral. They genuinely would have been more bothered by this. This is the thing that would have really pierced their heart because of how much they fucking love the royal family. Fucking hell, man. What a disaster.
Then came the news that the Prime Minister's wife, Carrie, had arranged a birthday get-together for him in the Cabinet Room in June 2020, complete with cake and a buffet. In all, there were 16 parties or get-togethers in Downing Street or Whitehall that formed part of Sue Gray's report. The Metropolitan Police is now looking into...
No. Prince Philip was, fucking... What do you call it? Father. No, Prince Andrew. That's Prince Andrew's the nonce one.
12 of them. In some respects, the report's findings were immaterial because the damage to the...
The fucking, the father of, what do you call it? The princes. The Queen's husband. The king's consort, I think. The Queen's, I can't remember. He wasn't a king because Elizabeth was a queen, but is it the king's consort or queen's consort? I can't remember.
Prime Minister's standing, both among his own MPs and among the public at large, has already been catastrophic.
Queen's consort, yeah. That's rough, man. That is rough stuff. Damn. Yeah, see, I did follow that, but I just, you know, for my normal streams, it's just not really a particularly, you know, I mean, you especially for the Americans. But yeah. I mean, there was a kind of American version of this. Was it Gavin Newsom, I think, that was found to be in breach of, I can't remember which politician it was, but there was like a Democrat politician who was seen to have pushed for lockdowns that was found to be... There was a guy at the beach. Who was the guy at the beach? Okay, so that was one controversy that was quite damaging. There's obviously other ones too. Someone asked about the post office scandal. As we're on the topic, we'll throw this in here as well. It's actually pretty crazy, but, you know. Wait, there's a Watch Mojo video on this. That's crazy. I can't believe there's a fucking Watch Mojo
The Horizon
video.
post office scandal saw hundreds of innocent people sent to prison.
Welcome to Watch Mojo UK. And today...
Oh my god! It's that dude that everyone says I look like. I still need to watch this show.
We're taking a deep dive into the ongoing UK post office scandal. Let us know in the comments if you know anybody who's been affected by this.
Before we begin, we publish new content every day, so be sure to subscribe to our channel and ring the bell to get notified about our latest videos.
You know this, all right, but nobody else does. There's millions of people out there who've never heard of us.
On New Year's Day 2024, ITV began airing its latest prestige drama, this one tackling the post office scandal. Despite being a widespread scandal involving a government-owned body, millions of pounds in public money, and affecting thousands of people, the dramatisation was the first time a lot of people had heard about the issue. It starred Toby Jones as Alan Bates, the man who, along with hundreds of his fellow former sub-postmasters, took the post office to court and won. But why? What happened?
What kind of people are they?
It all started in the 1990s, when the company ICL Pathway, a subsidiary of Japanese tech giant Fujitsu, was contracted by the government to build a new computer system. It was set to be a way to allow people to have their benefits paid via the post office using swipe cards, but immediately it looked like it wasn't fit for purpose.
They're not calling me a thief. They wouldn't dare. They say money's somehow gone missing from this branch, which it hasn't, and I have to pay it back, which I won't.
The Department of Social Security, which has since become the Department for Work and Pensions, refused to implement the system, called Horizon. The post office, however, wasn't so sensible and began rolling out the PCs in 1999. The following year, problems emerged, which is where ITV's latest drama begins. The post offices that aren't run directly by the company are run by independent small business owners, or sub-postmasters. In the year 2000, sub-postmasters started reporting problems with the accounting system.
Oh my God. It's just doubled right in front of my eyes. Now it says I'm £4,000 down.
It was reporting to hundreds of people at least that they were regularly getting into thousands and thousands of pounds of debt. According to those affected, after the day's takings had been submitted through Horizon and the losses appeared, there was no way to go back and check to see what had happened.
Horizon Helpline, thank you for waiting.
A helpline was provided by the post office, which the sub-postmasters made use of. Many of them, perhaps even all of those who rang up, were told that nobody else was having problems with it.
Oh yes, the helpline was telling you. Nobody else has got a problem.
Who's this guy?
You're the only one.
You're the only one this is happening to. You're the only one.
Essentially, the post office accused its own sub-postmasters of theft, fraud, and false accounting. ordering them to pay the losses themselves, which sometimes came to tens of thousands of pounds.
No one else has ever reported any problems with Horizon. No one.
I don't believe you.
If they didn't pay the losses, the post office privately prosecuted them, paying a fortune to take people to court, often without due process.
That was the other thing as well. I think because the post office was like a government body, they had like significant, like they could act as a prosecutor, I think was one aspect of it too. So they were like fucking up, getting this faulty information, and then off this information, they were then prosecuting people as a government body without having, you know, like, I think like correct due process or something. I don't fucking know. But dude, it was, yeah, I mean, it's pretty fucking dry. You know, it's pretty dry in terms of what it is, but it was pretty crazy. Like, these innocent people who hadn't done anything wrong, or for faulty evidence, were getting prosecuted of a crime. Some spent time in jail. Crazy.
Joe, the post office don't need the police. The post office has the right to run its own criminal investigations, all the way to the Crown Court.
Yep.
It's been that way for 300 years.
Crazy.
Some of these cases were thrown out of court when judges began to see through what the post office was doing, especially when it was consistently unable to produce any evidence to prove its allegations.
Yes or no?
I am not aware.
Will you provide it? Yes or no? Give me a simple answer.
Yes or no?
I am not prepared on behalf of the post office
Right,
to give...
I think I've got my answer.
But many more weren't so lucky, and some ended up serving prison sentences.
Lisa, the post office are suing us for £26,000, which we didn't steal, and we haven't got hanging around in piggy banks.
These were trusted members of their community, and their lives were ruined by the post office's actions. And again, the post office actually didn't have any evidence that any of these people had committed a crime. It couldn't have, because no crimes were committed.
And I said to him, "Is this life?"
Sure. Look at the clock.
Even more shocking, one man, Michael Rudkin, who worked for the post office, visited Fujitsu's British headquarters and found that its workers could access sub-postmasters' computer systems remotely and change the numbers.
You're inside some sub-postmaster's Horizon and he doesn't know. I said, yeah.
The post office later tried to deny he had visited at all, though he luckily had evidence to the contrary. His wife, Susan, meanwhile, was one of those affected and was convicted by the post office.
They said that was impossible. They said that the branch accounts were totally secure. That's what they told me.
They lied.
Eventually, sub-postmasters began to get in touch with each other, largely because of the efforts of Alan Bates and his partner Suzanne.
I suddenly found I had £6,000 shortfall. And I couldn't understand where that got. That was a ridiculous amount.
As seen on ITV, they all thought they were alone because they were lied to by the post office, and it turned out that hundreds of people were affected. They met up in the small village of Fenny Compton in Warwickshire and formed the Justice for Sub-Postmasters Alliance, or JFSA.
I have written back to the Member of Parliament making clear that Post Office Limited does not accept any of the allegations that are being made.
They talked to MPs.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, so this was a thing that's been happening for, a while, but it was just literally the broadcast of this drama series is what made, like, now there's government investigation that's happened, right? And like there's I think money being paid back to people and stuff. This is what it took to actually get people to care about it. It's a fucking drama show. It's kind of insane. When, these people were totally fucked. Yeah, there's tons of post office people that have been questioned. And the thing is, is this a thing in politics? There's probably a name for this. But even though the Tories aren't at all responsible for this, because it was Labour that was in office when this was happening. Although I think it was, Royal Mail itself that was the problem. Rather than like, oh, this is the Labour Party's fault. It's the Royal Mail that were at fault. And it just so happened that Labour were in office then. But I feel like there's the dynamic that exists where when something happens, even if the government that is currently in charge is not responsible for it, they still experience the blame for it, right? Like, people don't think of this as a Labour failing because the Tories are in power. They think badly of the Tories for this. Is there a name for that in politics? Scapegoat. That's not. I don't know if that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah, exactly. Like the blood scandal, exactly. People are going to think this is the fault of the Tories when it's not. Probably not the fault of the Tories. There's probably a multitude of different people of various political stripes that are responsible for this. But because they're the government, they just think, oh, the government's bad. We need to vote the government out and then vote in Labour, who in some cases were the government that was in charge when some of this stuff happened. Inherited responsibility. Is that what it is? That sounds good enough. Incumbency bias. Or that sounds even better. I like that one better.
Found sympathetic lawyers willing to work for free and secured an investigation funded by the post office itself, but outsourced to forensic accountants Second Sight.
Bob Rutherford from Second Sight.
Angela, nice to meet you.
Here to help.
This began in 2012, and Second Sight eventually determined that Horizon wasn't fit for purpose because it was so prone to errors. This was all aided by MP James Arbuthnot, who was a key ally for the sub-postmasters throughout the scandal, advocating against the post office when it was clear they were obstructing and sabotaging Second Sight's investigation.
I'm very concerned about this. Cases seem to be cropping up all over the country.
And who knew a Tory MP could be so nice?
Even after this, prosecutions continued all the way up until 2015.
Well,
True.
after 2.5 years of investigations, it is now clear that the Horizon system is robust and works as it should.
Lying
the post
bitch!
office began a mediation scheme, but the process of going through mediation was so degrading to those involved that many actually walked out of their mediation hearings with the post office before they could be given compensation.
There is no functionality in the Horizon system to remotely access branch terminals.
I just proved there is.
This led to allegations that the post office was willfully sabotaging its own scheme that it had set up. After Bates and his fellow sub-postmasters spent all this time gathering their own documents and paper trail about what had happened, and after the post office did absolutely nothing about Second Sight's investigation, which again, it paid for itself, they started looking for lawyers.
Paula, this is quite wrong. You have broken your word to me.
I need to watch this show still.
Sub-postmasters.
Bates managed to get 555 sub-postmasters to take legal action against the post office, with the help of a big London law firm that secured millions of pounds in funding.
Well, not allowed to go around ruining people's lives or breaking their promises, but since when did that ever stop them?
This court case began in 2018 and ultimately ended in favour of the...
Anyone else get the vibe this drama show is gay and boring as fuck? Sorry, I've not got my camera on, so I can't jangle keys to keep your yankoid brain entertained. Because we've not spoken about America for 5 minutes. Oh my god, we're not talking about America! Oh my god, everyone... Holy shit, guys! Hold the phone!
The sub-postmasters. The judge found that the post office was at best incompetent and at worst evil, and actively working...
Nah, in all seriousness, this is quite dry. But I just thought I'd chuck it in here as we're doing a UK politics thing. But I would say that, you know, I would wager that this probably has had at least something of an impact on perceptions of the current Tory government, even though the Tories are not really responsible for this. It's pretty unfair, really, all things considered. But hey, what do I care? I just want Labour to win.
In the lives of those sub-postmasters based on absolutely no evidence.
Well, the funny thing is obviously... I don't think it's possible for this to happen in the US because your due process protections are so stringent that I think, I don't know, are there examples of like en masse the government prosecuting a bunch of people for crimes they didn't commit? Obviously there's miscarriages of justice that occur individually, but is there anything of this scale that's happened in the US? Government workers, essentially, more or less, getting prosecuted for things they didn't do because of faulty software, and that government body acting as prosecutor because they're a government entity and allowed to do so. January 6th, okay. True! Release the Patriots!
It likely didn't have any right to take those people to court, publicly or privately, with no proof.
No evidence means they had no right to charge you with theft, and therefore no right to plea bargain you down to false accounting.
However, this isn't the end of the story. Unfortunately, the top law firm that had secured the funding and the victory needed to pay back the investors. £58 million was awarded to the sub-postmasters by the courts, but about £47 million went back to those investors. When it was all said and done, the 555 sub-postmasters only got around £20,000 each.
Fucking hell, man. Early lawyer section. Early life. What do we see?
£20,000. That won't touch the sides of what we've lost.
For some, this not only didn't cover how much they'd been forced to give to the post office to pay back the phantom losses, but it certainly didn't compensate them for spending months in prison and years fighting for justice.
Would go in using the postmaster's ID, find the cause of his problems, fix it, come back out. You'd never even know.
Tragically, some sub-postmasters died before seeing the outcome.
They topped themselves.
It's believed that 4 people had taken their own lives as a result of the scandal.
Because in the UK, we've got quite like a quaint, well, before the certain immigration happened, maybe. But we've got a very kind of quaint setup, right? And in like a small village or a small town, if you were this sub-postmaster, if you ran the local post office, you would be seen as like a bit like a vicar, you know, that sort of level of like community spirit. You know, you're seen as a figure of respect in the community. And then it comes out, you know, not people don't know, but it's wrong, but you're accused of theft. You're accused of being a thief, fraudster. You know, that's going to destroy your reputation in that community. And you're not going to be able to go to like the store to buy your eggs and milk without people looking at you funny and done nothing wrong. You know? Yeah, it was like the sense of local community was very strong. Certainly, I mean, I do think there's been a degradation in that, you know. Maybe not in, maybe small villages, it's like that still, but in towns and cities, yeah, it does feel like we don't have the same kind of community, quaint spirit that we used to have. Yeah, isolated villages. Oh, yeah, little villages and stuff like that probably, but not your towns and cities. But yeah.
This is where Mr. Bates versus the post office ends, but the show made headline news up and down the country, showing the public the ins and outs of the scandal.
We conclude Mrs. Hamilton's prosecution was unfair and an affront to justice.
It's been called
for the Yankees, imagine you're the sheriff and you're accused of rape. Wait, dude, what the fuck?
Biggest miscarriage of justice in British history, with more than 700 wrongful convictions at the hands of the post office. There was a long-running petition for Paula Venables, the CEO of the post office throughout the scandal, to be stripped of the CBE that was awarded to her for services to charity in the post office.
You have broken your word to Parliament.
But in the wake of the drama, the petition shot up to over 1 million signatures. On January the 9th, 2024, Venables decided to return her CBE, though this has been derided as a, quote, empty gesture by those affected. The Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, then announced early on the 10th of January that the government was going to implement a new law so that the victims of the scandal can be, quote, swiftly exonerated and compensated. The Metropolitan Police is also investigating the post office and Fujitsu for various offences. Initially offences related to perjury, but in the wake of the drama, for potentially perverting the course of justice.
Mrs. Venables,
Justice.
Is the post office saying that Horizon is 100% foolproof? Because that would make it the first perfect software system ever implemented by government.
Finally, Richard Branson has heard the story and stepped in to offer Alan Bates a free holiday to give him time to rest after decades of campaigning. We don't yet know what the full outcome of the scandal will be.
That's so crazy. I used to work for a Virgin company back in the day. Richard Branson was technically my boss. Do you guys know about Richard Branson in America? He's like a famous British entrepreneur guy who set up the Virgin brand. Take yourself on holiday. On me. First class, wherever you want.
Despite it beginning 25 years ago. But hopefully, 2024 is the year that a line can be drawn under it for good, and those sub-postmasters can receive proper compensation for what they've had to endure.
You'll see from my record, this is the 91st time I've called you about these shortfalls.
Yeah, it's odd. No one else is having these problems.
Though sadly, even if this does happen now, and even if the post office executives responsible do face prosecution, it will be too late for the victims who are no longer with us. What did you think of ITV's drama? And what do you think?
I need to watch this drama at some point. That's exactly the kind of thing I'd be interested in. Anyway, that Paula Venables person who they were just talking about has been being questioned recently by the government, and she's been in tears.
Come clean about the cover-up. You always public inquiry, but as ever, no response to inquiries in public. Did you mislead Parliament? Warned about self-incrimination by the chairman. Paula Venables, like all of them, apologised mostly for what happened, not for what she did.
I remember listening to one postmaster whose name I noted, who said that he would like somebody to go and stand outside his old post office with him so he could tell them exactly what he'd been through. I would do that. I am very, very sorry.
UK 10.
KC for the inquiry began with a long litany of key problems, from computer bugs to the contract with Fujitsu, asking Paula Venables again and again, you knew nothing?
Correct, correct, correct.
And yet, minutes later, this.
I was sometimes criticised for being too curious and stepping too much into people's territory.
But she later agreed she didn't know the notorious Post Office investigations team, 100 strong, portrayed here in the ITV drama, even existed.
You know why we're here, Alan.
Oh my god, dude, that's crazy. They're a fucking squad of capos. Dude, that's crazy, bro. I had no idea about that stuff. I need to watch this documentary. Just a bunch of guys turn up in a car, right? We're here to fucking prosecute you for something you didn't do.
Jason Beer then accused her of clearly remembering when others were to blame, forgetting when she was. She denied this. Paula Venables, Select Committee, 2015, where MPs accuse her of lying. Recently, the Royal Mail boss Moya Green texted her saying,
"What I have learned from the inquiry, stroke parliamentary committee, questions is very damaging. When it was clear the system was at fault, the Post Office should have raised a red flag, stopped all proceedings, given people back their money, and then tried to compensate them from the ruin this caused in their lives. This exchange reveals that even the chief executive of the Royal Mail Group, who supported you over all those years, doesn't believe you, does she?"
That's what this particular text says. Whether Moya still feels the same, I'm not sure, and you would have to ask her.
Squirm, you little bitch!
Then evidence of Paula Venables repeatedly stating that the Post Office won every case it took against the sub-postmasters. She was then confronted with case after case, proving this was totally false.
Why were you telling these parliamentarians that every prosecution involving the Horizon system had been successful and had found in favour of the Post Office?
I fully accept now that the Post Office, excuse me.
Cry, bitch, cry!
The Post Office knew that. I completely accepted. Personally,
Adulting.
I didn't know that, and I'm incredibly sorry that that happened to those people and to so many others.
Late in the morning, Jason Beer moved on to Martin Griffiths. Overcome by a false Post Office prosecution, he took his own life.
Fucking
The
hell.
inquiry saw emails from Paula Venables.
Oh, that is so rough, dude. Oh, imagine that. Yeah, this guy killed himself and it's your fault. Your fucking bullshit. This guy topped himself. Oh, that's awkward.
Apparently casting doubt on the Post Office being to blame.
I had a personal experience of a previous Post Office colleague who had took their own lives, and I phoned.
Oh, that's rough.
Ms. Venables, just rather than trying to talk through your...
So I beg your pardon.
Oh, sorry. Every time I hear about political, it's dumb shit like this. Right, okay, don't worry about it. Give me a sec. Sorry.
Just pause.
Yes.
She denied it, but one of her subsequent emails appears to show her instructing her team to probe Mr. Griffith's family life and his mental health.
Can you let me know what background we have on Martin and why this might have happened? And then you say this: I had heard, but have yet to see a formal report, that there were previous mental health issues and potential family issues. Were you asking your team here to dig into Mr. Griffiths' records?
So first of all, I'm so sorry, because it doesn't matter. I simply should not have said it. I shouldn't have used these words.
Okay, we need a bit more for the Yanks.
Truth inside the inquiry, perhaps. News of justice, perhaps, outside from one Alan Bates.
I met with senior staff in the Metropolitan Police this morning, and they gave me these reassurances that they are looking at it quite seriously now, and I am hoping that in the near future they'll be able to make quite a bit more of a statement to you about what is going on.
We can also reveal that on Friday MPs intend publishing a draft for a Hillsborough law compelling British officials to be open and honest following cover-up after cover-up after cover-up.
Hopefully you Americans will be able to pay attention for a bit now.
Channel 4 News has obtained secret recordings which prove that the post office
Oh, what else happened? What else has happened that you need to know about in the UK? Let's just do it all now so I can, What else has been going on? What other UK stuff has happened? Oh, this is pretty funny. This dude got his hands cut off.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an emotional day for me, and if you would indulge me to say a few thanks, because there are a few are due. And one of those, of course, well, an apology, actually, that I've caused the breaking of so many rules today. Clapping. I've got trainers on because my shoes wouldn't go over the plastic feet, and my jacket wouldn't go over the bionic arm. So apologies for that. But I want to give some thanks. And first of all, the thanks to you, Mr. Speaker, for being there for me, for coming to visit. And I will tell everybody the little story. They thought, the rest of the hospital thought I must be dreadfully ill, because they said that guy's got the funeral director in already. But no, you've cared for me throughout, and I thank you for that. The other person in this chamber I'd like to thank is the Prime Minister, who's been with me throughout. He hasn't advertised it. He's been to see me multiple times.
Not for much
me,
longer.
That shows the true depth of the character of the Prime Minister, and thank you for that. And to my wife, who's in the chamber, and my daughter and other family members, my father-in-law. I'd like to thank my wife for being there every single day of those many months in hospital. And she could only do that because of the support of family behind her. And in the public gallery, they can't quite see me, unfortunately, are many of the staff from the NHS who took me from where I was, close to death. They took me from close to death to where I am today, so thank you for that. I'm not entirely sure I'm that happy that the two surgeons who took this lot off are there, but never mind. But can I ask the Prime Minister, as a question here, Prime Minister, can we please ensure that we embed recognition of early signs of sepsis? It wouldn't have worked for me, mine was too quick and too sudden. But for many people, they do get a few days. If we can stop somebody ending up like this, I would say that's a job well done. But also, Mr. Speaker, to impress upon your health ministers to allow the provision of particularly for multi-limb amputees, at the right time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Prime Minister.
Oh my God, dude! I had to get it in there. Just managed to. Anyway, this dude. So this dude had sepsis, which from what I understand is you get an infection and your body doesn't deal with it correctly. And he had to have his fucking hands and feet cut off. Isn't that insane? A life-threatening reaction to an infection that occurs when the immune system overreacts and starts to damage the body's own tissues and organs. Fucking hell. Septic shock, which resulted in kidney and liver failure, blood clots forming and limbs turning black. The 57-year-old said his toes and fingers became desiccated and curled up so they appeared as if they belonged to a mummified pharaoh. God, that's like, dude, that is like body horror shit. Could you imagine that? Fucking hell, man. On the bright side, he's built for pup play. You guys are sick. One thing that I fear more than anything else is body horror. You know, if I'm going to die, I'll die. But the idea that you like, you know, irreversible changes to your body are happening that you cannot go back from. It's just terrifying to me. Like, you're looking at your hand and it's just becoming like blackened and stuff, and your fingers look like they're about to fall off. Ugh. Bit like being trans, I guess you could say. By the way, I missed this, sorry. Hey, let's get touchy. Thank you for the $5. Thanks for making the stream accessible for Americans. My pleasure. I do my best, okay? But yeah, that was pretty crazy. I'm just trying to... What else is there? What other scandals? Guys, what other UK scandals are you not familiar with? I'm just looking forward to some fucking general election memes. Hopefully there's a debate.
So day one of the general election campaign,
Oh,
and Rishi Sunak and Sir Keir Starmer have hit the ground running, taking their pitch to voters.
Who recognises her? She's the one that spoke to Jordan Peterson and said a bunch of shit that was cringe feminist stuff.
Around the country. The Prime Minister,
Cathy
who's
Newman,
just arrived in the Scottish Highlands, started his day in Derbyshire, where he told people to put their trust in him and the return of economic stability. The Labour leader was in Kent, declaring it was time to end the chaos. Our political editor, Gary Gibbon, reports.
All over the country, applause prompts are working the crowds.
That is upside down.
Placards are being choreographed.
Yay!
The election is being staged.
Boo!
The plan is working.
Rishi Sunak started his day in Nottingham, relentlessly repeating his campaign message.
And with bold action and a clear plan to take some bold action, I'm prepared to stick to a plan.
In interviews, the Prime Minister said there would not now be a flight to Rwanda taking off before the general election. There had been speculation a plane deporting asylum seekers could come just before polling day.
We will ensure...
Dude, oh, the Rwanda scandal. Although most of you are probably going to agree with shipping off immigrants to fucking some other country, to be fair, 'cause you're all racist. But yeah, I actually haven't followed that closely. I've heard about it a bit. But yeah, I think it's to do with like asylum seekers get shipped off to Rwanda. Basically, the Tories have got this thing where they're trying to act like they're tough on immigration, but they have overseen, like, I believe, record levels of immigration, and righties don't like it because they're like, we don't like all this immigration, but the Tories are fucking let it happen, right?
The next generation grows up smoke-free.
A brand new promo video already out of date. Rishi Sunak's bill banning...
How is enforcing your borders a scandal? Well, I mean, obviously, bleeding heart lefties aren't going to like it because it feels mean. But righties, I think, point to it as like, you know, it's like there's I can't think of the fucking thing. It's like a pointless gesture because the Conservatives have overseen insane levels of immigration. So they see them as like, okay, you're doing this. It's like you're pouring water. It's like you're putting a tiny hole in a barrel. Meanwhile, endless water is getting poured into it. I don't fucking know. You know what I'm trying to say? It's like a useless gesture.
Smoking is one of a number of legislative casualties of the early election. There isn't time to pass it.
But look,
At long last, the election has been called. The time has come and the wait is over.
Keir Starmer campaigning in Kent was also relentlessly on script.
And we've had 14 years of going round and...
I'm sure that, you know, fucking one of the righty commentators has got a more... I'm sure that they've watched with great interest. I'm sure they were watching with great interest as a bunch of brown people were flown off in a plane to Rwanda. I've not followed that closely. I can understand it, though. I get it. If you're a lefty, you're going to be like, this is mean and harsh. I don't like it. If you're on the right, Conservatives have promised crackdown on immigration, and this is an empty gesture which doesn't actually do anything meaningful when they've let a bunch of people in. That's it. That's the controversy.
Getting absolutely nowhere. Chaos and division, feeding chaos and division.
Rishi Sunak called on Keir Starmer to take part in a TV debate every one of the campaign's 6 weeks, knowing that the Labour leader currently plans to stick to 2.
So you're looking forward to all the football?
In Wales, where...
I love it when fucking politicians try and interact with people in front of a camera and it's just like... It's like a fucking cyborg. Oh shit, hang on. I got a Stream Elements dono. Let me bring that up in a sec.
Where they haven't qualified for the Euros, Rishi Sunak's question was met with silence.
So, you looking forward to the football, everyone?
Oh, some people will be supporting anyone that plays England, but I won't be, but...
Rishi Sunak won on mileage, finishing his first day of campaigning in Inverness.
So this lens in the middle, please. Thank you.
Tory strategists will be relieved the Reform Party launch was missing one famous face.
Nigel Farage.
The snap election meant he didn't have time to cultivate a seat and run for Parliament, but would campaign.
And righties are calling him out for that. They're saying he's a coward. They're saying he's a coward for choosing not to run. That is true. It is quite a big missing piece. I mean, that's the Reform Party fucked. You know, Nigel Farage is the guy.
I'll do that, but I'll also, as the year goes on, be increasingly in America, because I think Trump back in the White House makes the...
Hey! Look at Lanius with the $20. That's super generous. Thank you. Yo, you should do UK poll streams more often. Tory's going to need all the help they can get. Unleash Jacob Rees-Mogg. Wait, I'm not for the Tories, though. What do you mean? Bro, my streams are only going to impede the Tories, okay? I've got that much political influence. Anyway, thank you very much for the $20. That's super generous of you. Yeah, I will do them as and when, if like stuff happens. I just don't want to interfere with normal streams. I know that most people are not going to be as interested in this stuff, so I'll figure it out.
The world a much, much safer place. So for those who think, thank goodness, he's gone away. No, I haven't gone away at all. And at some point, I'll be back as a candidate as well. This just is not the right time for me.
The Liberal Democrat leader Ed Davey visited Tory-held Cheltenham and asked for Labour supporters to lend him their votes in seats like this one.
We've seen so many parts of the country where it's a vote for the Liberal Democrats that will get rid of the Conservative MP.
Yeah. Oh my God. God, what a pathetic existence. Well, you know, Labour's not going to win, so it's either us or the Tories. We are the least worst option, so vote for us instead. Get fucked, Lib Dems!
While Rishi Sunak was reminding voters of his COVID record devising furlough, the Cabinet Secretary was telling the COVID inquiry Rishi Sunak's Eat Out to Help Out plan happened without him ever having been told about it. He also spoke of general failings in Boris Johnson's government.
Duplication of effort, overlapping meetings, kind of good people were just being smashed to pieces. That's what I saw.
Right, so we've got some time for some questions. Let's open it up. Who's got some hands up? Right, OK, let's start.
Wait, what are these they've sent me? My first steps for change. 100 hours free tennis lessons for darkies. Bro. Banning Pringles. Confiscating your house. A Somali needs it. Nationalising Nando's. Increase the child benefit cap for lesbians. The Great British Cheese and Crackers Regulator. Right. Nationalising Nando. Dude, this is funny. This is the kind of thing that I want to see more of, okay? That's what I'm talking about. Honestly, a lot of these, dude, obviously there'll be changes if Labour come in, but the kind of campaign promises, I never really put that much stock in them. It's nice to have a look to get an idea of what they're thinking, but the amount of stuff they actually end up implementing is often quite minimal in comparison to what they promise. And what is this?
At a Conservative Party launch, this is where the Prime Minister is going to speak in the next few minutes, and I'm being forcibly removed. We just simply wanted to have access tonight at Sky News, but unfortunately...
he fucking lifted him up. He looked like he lifted him up.
The Prime Minister is going to speak in the next few minutes, and I'm being forcibly removed. We just simply wanted to have access tonight at Sky News, but unfortunately, we're told that because there are pool arrangements in place, we're not allowed to be here. This is, by the way, what we're trying to film is the campaign event where the Prime Minister is due to speak in the next couple of minutes. It's in front of Conservative activists. It's essentially trying to get across the message that we had in Downing Street today from the Prime Minister, talking about stability. I'm sure he's going to talk about the decision he's made. But as you can see, we just don't have access to it. It's not entirely clear why we don't have access to it. But, as I say, this was meant to be the campaign launch for the Prime Minister, for the Conservative leader, in front of party activists, in front of those loyalists.
Damn. That's crazy. Getting removed like that's wild. There's going to be more of these, I'm sure.
Start there and let's go there. Brilliant. Right.
So, thank you and welcome to Area Wash.
In distribution centre, it turned out 2 questioners in high-vis jackets didn't actually work there, but were specially invited Tory councillors.
Oh, no.
Right, you had a question. Yeah.
Prime Minister, well, thank you for coming to Area Wash this morning. I imagine you're...
Yeah, this guy, I remember seeing this. This guy's actually a Tory councillor. Oh, you, sir, with the glasses. No, not you, that guy, him, there. What's your question?
You're a pretty busy guy right now.
A reminder that not all is as it seems in election staging on your screens for the next 6 weeks.
Well, Gary joins me now in Central Lobby in Westminster. Gary, you've had a long day. How's it gone for you and them?
Message discipline is back. We had Boris Johnson, Jeremy Corbyn at the last general election. You have 2 people here clearly who are capable of learning and reciting ad nauseam slogans and learnt scripts, and that's what they're doing so far. At some point, some spontaneity will break into this campaign, but you didn't really see it on day one. What everybody's wondering about is, are there any dividends yet, any signs that the early election is working for Rishi Sunak? Well, some around him would say, look what Nigel Farage said there today, saying that if it had been a later election, he might have cultivated a constituency, might be running. Maybe that's a sign of the wisdom of this early election from Rishi Sunak's perspective, but I'm not entirely sure about that. There were very strong indications that Nigel Farage was going to keep his focus on the United States whenever this election happened. The other thing, casualty, as it were, of an early election that we've seen today is the wash-up, as it's called, when they race through those bills that the 2 main parties, both sides of Parliament, can agree on, and that's been going on. But in the process, you get bills that can't be agreed on or haven't proceeded far enough yet, and they simply go in the dustbin, and they include...
Hey, Omnipuna, thanks for the $10. Showing this to my future children as civic studies who are not even British. Oh, man. This has been good today. I've enjoyed it. It's nice just to be able to, unleash the Mog. Well, the problem with Jacob Rees-Mogg is he is like a fucking backbench... Well, no, is he... I can't remember. I think he's backbench again. He's not part of the government, right? He's not got a government seat. He's like a kind of sideshow character in British politics, right? He's the guy you wheel out as a bit of an oddity. Oh, look at this guy in the fucking bow tie, eh? Look at this fucking old school toff. What about this dude, eh? He's not really like a serious politician. I mean, he's got a fucking GB News show, for fuck's sake, you know?
Prime Minister said was one of his great legacy issues, the smoking ban and no-fault eviction, the ban on no-fault eviction. But today, yet again, just like yesterday, you've had a whole load of Tory MPs saying, why the early election? And when I caught up with Rishi Sunak at the beginning of his first day of campaigning in Nottingham today, that's what I asked him. You announced the election against the backdrop of the inflation figures. You said it all proved the economic plan was working.
Oh, this could be bullshit maybe, but is that what it is maybe? That Rishi Sunak thinks because inflation has come... Okay, I tell you what it might be. It might be that this is the best possible news with which they can run an election of inflation coming down. And that's the best that they're going to get, right? Is what other time is there to run? What other better news could come along that is going to increase the Tories' chances? So inflation coming down is probably the thing they're pinning their hopes to, that maybe there's some chance they might be able to get somewhere. But then obviously it doesn't really matter because it's unlikely to have a significant impact on people's voting intention. I think that the die is already cast, right?
So why not show off the economic plan a bit longer, for a few more months? Bask in the glory of it. Why go early?
Well, I know there's more work to do and people are only just starting to feel the benefits of the change, but it is clear that our economic plan is working. Inflation is now back to normal. The economy is growing at a healthy...
Oh my God, Jay Meta with the 10 gifted memberships. That is super generous. Thank you so much for that. God, you guys are treating me to fantastic support on this stream. I've probably got to go in like 30 minutes. That's probably the latest, as I've got to pick the kids up from school. So... yeah, I will do a sort of quick follow-up on the Rekieta stuff because there's been an update.
The rate, wages have been rising faster than prices for months in a row now, and energy bills are coming down. So the economic stability that I promised is now been delivered, and the question for the country is the future.
You're a Prime Minister with a majority. You could hang around longer. You could show people more of that plan in action.
Okay, I'll do
just
the
a bit
emotes.
Fishy. It doesn't quite add up.
Before my next stream on this channel, I'll do emotes.
I don't think the plan is going to be delivering wonderful dividends by the autumn, when you could have an election.
Well, here is the track record of the last 18 months when it comes to the economy. Inflation, when I became Prime Minister, was running at around 11%. It's now back to normal, just over 2%. Wages have been rising faster than prices for almost a year. Energy bills have fallen by almost £500. The economy at the start of this year was growing faster than pretty much all of our major competitors. And whilst I know it will take time for people to feel the benefits of all of that, it's clear that that plan is working. I stuck to it even when it was difficult. And that's what leadership is about.
You say you've got a plan on immigration, but if I understand you from earlier interviews today, you don't think a flight will take off before the general election. Nobody's going to get the chance to test that policy which you've brought in, the Rwanda flights, and test whether it works, see whether it works. You're going to the electorate before it's been tested. Again, a bit fishy.
Well, immigration is an important issue in this election, and the security of our borders is important.
Why not wait?
Well, let's just look at what we've done. When it comes to legal migration...
Why not wait for the flights to take off, let people see whether they have an impact, a deterrent impact, creeping into the numbers crossing the channel?
So if I could just answer the question, on migration, legal migration, the numbers are too high. I've said that I'll bring them down. They're already down by a quarter this year. That shows that the plan is working. And when it comes to illegal migration, we've put all the plans in place to get flights off to Rwanda in July. We've detained people. We've hired the caseworkers. We've booked the airfield. The flights are ready. All of that is done.
So wait.
But the elections are about the future and the choice. I believe in a deterrent. Now, I believe that if people come here illegally, they shouldn't be able to stay. We should be able to remove them to a safe third country like Rwanda. That's how we'll break the cycle. Keir Starmer doesn't believe in that. He would scrap that scheme if he was Prime Minister, making us the soft touch of Europe, offering an amnesty to illegal migrants, and that's the choice that people have in this election.
You know why I'm asking this question, because you will have had discussions.
The problem with this is it's all so hollow and empty coming from him, right? It's like, yeah, there's probably some points to be made there, but your government, you, Mr. Conservative anti-immigrant guy, people are pointing out he's brown. I'm not going to comment on that. You have overseen, like he's talking about it coming down, but it's still like over, I think it's over 1 million. Net immigration is still over 1 million, right? If I'm off the top of my head. Which is obviously, for Conservatives, you know, not a good fucking selling point.
in the room when you decided on having an early election. When you call an election, how you call an election frames the early part of that election. And people don't understand why.
It's 670,000 after return. Oh, is it? I saw a million figure getting bandied about. But yeah, take it with a pinch of salt. I don't follow immigration that closely. You know, the area that I live in is fortunately not beset by Muslims yet, but I'm sure that may change.
You're going early. We're told it's always been in your mind to go early. And you were telling Tory MPs and anyone else who would listen, you were going to have an election in the...
Oh, okay. Yeah, gross numbers over 1 million, but net is whatever the figure you say. Okay, yeah. Gotcha.
Second half of the year. If I told you I'm going to lend you some money but not ask for it back until the second half of the year, and then I asked for it back 2 days into the second half of the year, you'd think that was a bit slippery. It's all a bit odd.
Yeah. Economic stability has been restored. That's what I said I would do as Prime Minister, and now is the time to turn to the future, and that's what we're doing. And on illegal migration, there's a clear choice. If I'm Prime Minister, we will get flights off to Rwanda. I believe that that's an important part of how
Polling, by the way.
Stop the boats. You need a deterrent. Multiple other European countries now agree with that approach. Keir Starmer doesn't, and that's a simple choice.
If it's a great policy, show it in action. Hang around a few more months.
That's a simple choice for the country when they're making their decision. Do they want to stop the boats? Do they believe that that needs a deterrent? And if they do, that's what I'll deliver. I'm prepared to take bold action. I've got a clear plan. That's how I'll deliver a secure future for our country. And Keir Starmer won't. There's a choice at this election. Who can you trust to take bold action, will stick to a clear plan to deliver a secure future? That's what I'm about.
That word security and stability, you talk about that. Can you say, hand on heart, vote for the Conservative Party for stability?
Yes.
Some people think that sounds a bit hollow given the last few years.
Oh, because I have restored economic stability to our country.
I've asked about the Conservative Party.
I'm the Conservative Prime Minister.
For how long? They were looking like they were coming for you not that long ago. You were having meetings discussing that.
I think you're interested in Westminster process. The country's interested in the substance. And the substance is inflation has now returned to normal. Wages are growing faster than prices for almost a year. Energy bills are falling. The economy is growing. And whilst I know it will take time for people to feel the full benefits of that, it's clear that our plan is working.
Sir, help me, sir. I'm in the inside again. Please do the needful.
Now, from Rwanda flights to student numbers, migration is
here we go.
up to be
They're going to go into
a major issue in this
Let's
general
go. Let's watch this
election.
bit and then we'll move on a bit.
Our data and fact check team have been looking at how the main parties' records compare on one key measure. That's legal migration, which the government has more direct control over. New stats out today reveal net migration, that's the number of people coming here legally, minus those leaving, is down. That's from a record high in 2022 of 764,000.
See, that's the problem. Record high under the Tories, and they're trying to act like they're fucking the party of anti-immigration. Insane. Just insane lies that righties are sick of, I think, from what I understand.
Today's figures show that last year this dropped 10% to 685,000. The vast majority of people...
Bro, it's such a politicians are such fucking scumfucks, man. Yeah, the figures are down from a record high. I mean, yeah, great. You've managed to bring it down from its highest point.
People arriving are on work or student visas, or their families. 10 times more than the number claiming asylum.
Also, yeah, he lied in his thing. He lied.
Took office in 2010. Net migration has rocketed from 256,000 to nearly 700,000 today. In that context, the latest drop doesn't look quite...
Bro, I fucking hate... You think you hate politicians enough. You don't. What an absolute crock of shit he was trying to sell you there. Yeah, we brought it down. Look at that, dude. If you focus on this one part of the graph, you actually see migration coming down.
It's so significant. But what about the last Labour government? Well, when Tony Blair took office in 1997, he inherited very little net migration from the Conservatives. By 1997, net migration had crept to 48,000. By the time Labour left in 2010, it was more than 5 times higher. The government spending watchdog, the OBR, says more migration helps grow the economy. Though when it comes to wealth per person, the picture is less clear. The Conservatives...
Look, guys, I am not racist. I don't have a racist bone in my body. Okay? But I do think there is a fair criticism of mass migration that is worth considering. Okay? I have been to places where the character of it has changed from what should be an English place to some sort of weird mishmash where you feel like you're walking through a foreign country. Everyone's speaking a different language. The shops are like weird foreign shops. It's fucking, that sounds like a racist talk about, but it's not, I'm telling you. Anyone that disagrees with me should come and fucking go for a walk through some of these places and tell me what you think then.
Told us voters have a clear choice between their bold plan to control migration or going back to square one with Labour. Labour told us today's stats show total Tory chaos, and it will bring in proper plans to link the points-based immigration system with boosting skills in the UK.
Oh, well, there we go, see? Labour are the party of the racists. What is this?
For 200 years, the Conservative and Unionist Party of the United Kingdom has bravely and consistently betrayed not only its own voter base, but all native peoples of the British Isles. From constitutional reforms to dissolving the British Empire, from desecration of tradition to importing endless migrants, it is the Conservative Party that has been on the forefront of the destruction of this ancient people and their lands. I am immensely proud of what we have managed to achieve as a party, taking the greatest empire to ever span the face of the earth to being a pathetic, miserable, and broken nation mocked the world over. In recent years, we have greatly accelerated our plans to crush the ethnic Britons, making sure we openly show our hatred to you at every turn. And let me be clear, we do hate you. We despise you. We have not done enough, though. Despite all of our betrayal, our blatant loathing of you, you still vote for us. Even as we refuse to simply deliver a referendum, and then when we do, we subvert your wishes by then opening our borders to the world, even as we take all of your wealth and make the promised public services completely unusable, there are still some of you who vote for us. It is you, our voters, who we find the most disgusting. To combat this, I am incredibly proud to introduce our new policy, 0 seats. 0 seats is the policy where we shall do everything possible to make sure at the next general election, we as a party obtain 0 seats. You will have already seen 0 seats in action, such as arguing over how much of your money to send to foreign conflicts that are nothing to do with you, or straight up making you homeless as we lavishly treat foreign peoples and hand over your property to them, and then criminally punishing you if you so much as point any of this out. So please, when you think about the next election, think 0 seats. If we all play our part, we can finally make 0 seats a reality.
Well, the thing is, I mean, obviously, you know, I can very much understand the kind of right-wing perspective on why people hate the Tories. I mean, that fucking, I mean, I heard somewhere about the immigration thing and how it had gone up, but Jesus Christ, man. That's crazy. Under the Tories as well. How did the Tories let that happen? You know, if I was a right-winger, I would not be voting Tory. So right-wingers, don't go out and vote. I mean, it's kind of a moot point anyway, I think, because, I mean, I showed you the polling earlier, but this is the thing I was looking for that I couldn't find. But yeah, the polling, man, is fucking rough. Holy shit. Ooh. Don't be such a quack with the 10 gifted subs. Thank you. Thanks for the memberships. That's super generous. Thank you for that. Yeah. I mean, if you go back, you know, you've got like, it's pretty close. 2015 election, obviously Labour lost. Then soon after, obviously Corbyn took over. And I mean, wow. There was the election where obviously balanced out to reflect the Labour's kind of gains, but still lost. And then, yeah, it's just been a rough ride. But ever since Starmer's been at the wheel, it's, you know, I mean, I can't remember. I don't know exactly what's happening at some of these dates, but there was definitely these kind of controversies, lockdowns, COVID, all this shit had an impact. And now it's just no hope. Random question: will we get Bossman Jack content? Yeah, at some point, sure. We'll do some Bossman Jack stuff. No, I don't miss Corbyn. I definitely got kind of wrapped up in some of the Corbyn fever, no doubt about it. But I think I don't know. I like some of his policies. Dude, it was a no-go. It was a no-go. I remember vividly the 2019 election, looking at social media and seeing all this kind of support on social media for Corbyn stuff, but then seeing the Tories and what they were pushing and what their kind of line was, which was get Brexit done. And I just had this snap in my head of like, yeah, Labour's not winning. It's over. You know, Labour's been so busy with fucking, you know, government provided broadband service. Like that was the big thing they were pushing. But they've totally fumbled the Brexit thing. And the Tories have just said, we'll get Brexit done. And that was it. That was all that the people wanted to hear. They won. And that was that. Corbyn is no longer a significant political aspect in our country. It's over. Corbynite cope. It's all that's left. Okay, anyway, guys, I need to wrap this up soon. Let's have a little look at this. Okay, quick update on Rekieta before I go then. So, I posited earlier my belief that it was probably some fucking troll that called the police. But that isn't actually the case. So, according to Kiwi Farms, I can't show it on screen because it's got emails and stuff in. It was a mandatory reporter. And for those of you that don't know, a mandatory reporter is someone who, if they find out about a child in danger of something, they are obligated to report it to the authorities. So someone who has got contact with a kid, like a teacher or something like that, maybe, like a teacher, doctor, if they hear of any possible child abuse situations, they have to report it to the authorities legally. So, yeah, that's fucking depressing, if anything. I mean, yeah, so one of his kids probably said something to a trusted person, like a teacher, say, and the teacher reported it to the authorities, which then led to the police visit. Yeah, it's like safeguarding. Yeah, child safeguarding. Can't you get Tyrone to pick the kids up? First of all, there is no Tyrone. And second of all, no. That's shameful behaviour. I want to go and pick my kids up and see them. We're going to have a movie night tonight. Going to be good. Don't know what movie to watch, though. No, I won't be streaming now until Sunday. Why can't they watch the stream? I mean, especially with stuff like that, you know, it makes you think about your kids, and you're like, fuck, I hope that, you know, never in a situation like that. Fuck me. So what is this? I can't show it because it's got personal information on there. County County Sheriff's Office. So, short description. Have a mandatory reporting issue I want to speak with an officer about. Fucking hell, man. That's mental. That's true. That is, oh my God, dude, I can't bear it. Like the thought of this kid, you know, expressing to someone something that caused enough concern that they had to get the police involved. Fuck, dude, it's fucking, oh my God, it's so sad. It's so tragic. Fucking hell, man. And apparently, so I mean, you know, I was definitely wrong. My conclusions were wrong. Although I did, you know, obviously, we're only fucking around, really. But yeah, apparently it was reported on the 16th of May here. So what that means is that this news stream had nothing to do with it. It was nothing to do with anything we've seen recently. Yeah, this is something from a little while ago. Apparently people are speculating that it might be because it might be to do with when he went to church. It was reported on the 16th of May, which people suspect would be right after they go to church with the kids. In Minnesota, members of the clergy are mandatory reports. Right, okay. So it could be the kid said something to a religious person, clergyman, whatever they're called. And yeah, maybe that's it. Fuck, dude. Yeah, they're homeschooled, aren't they? They're homeschooled. So, yeah. Oh, God, it's tough. It's a tough read, dude. CPS confirmed. Oh. Oh, I mean, that's just not funny. Him being a fuck up and stuff is funny, but the kids involved, man, that is just not funny. That is just horrible. I think it literally just came out recently. Bro, I thought it'd be a fun update, but it's just sad. Oh, it's so rough. All the cope about him is just so much worse now. All the sweeping that people were doing for him. Is this your king? A dude who's so fucking ragged that one of his kids spoke to someone and they thought it was serious enough they needed to contact the authorities. I mean, come on, dude. Drug possession and being in possession of a firearm whilst under the influence. They have 5 kids total. Oldest is 16 and the youngest is 6. Oh, man, that... Dude, that's just sad. That is just fucking sad. What a Twitter saying about this. Oh, no. No! Yeah, Josh is posting about it. Live at noon EDT. Oh. Oh, it looks like Josh Moon's going live in a bit, so he'll probably fill you all in. Dude, everyone is just posting it, dude. Oh, I found the image that I wanted to show you earlier. Oh my God, dude, this is so cringe. Look at this. They made Eric July Superman. Since none of your friends could be bothered to help you. Oh yeah, you guys are going to be spoiled for. You got this Matty stream. You got Mr. Metica tomorrow streaming about it. Oh man, unfortunately I won't be there though. Oh. I've got I've got parental responsibilities to attend to. Unfortunately, Well, for me, I do not want to be in a position where I'm getting arrested for drug abuse, so I will be making sure I tend to those accordingly. He is getting kneeled on. It is rough out there for Nick and Nick's fans and friends. Well, you know, I mean, obviously, look, parenting's hard. This is obviously this doesn't account for being a drug-addled like freak who's fucking a bunch of, you know, doing whatever the fuck fucking Nick is doing. But yeah, I mean, parenting isn't it's hard, and you make mistakes and you fuck things up, you know. No one is a perfect parent that has a continuous, endless, perfect thing. But fucking hell, man. I mean, Jesus Christ. Parenting isn't that hard. That is said by someone that isn't a parent. Be sober, nice, and present. I mean, look, yeah, of course, you got to get the basics right. Like, be sober, don't do drugs, don't do crazy stuff, whatever. But, like, it is hard. You're a parent. Wow. I don't know about that. That seems like you're downplaying it a bit. Just give them an iPad and a jar of peanut butter. Wait, dude, what the fuck? Dude, it kind of makes me feel bad because I'm like, you know... Obviously... Oh, I don't know, Matt. What do you even say? It's just obviously fucked. There's no two ways about it. It's fucked. I feel kind of bad because it's like I was laughing about it yesterday, and it is funny. I'm not gonna like not say that it's bad. I'm not gonna say it's bad to laugh about it, but knowing the full context as well, it is just tragic, man. This fucking kid talking to someone and then going, "Oh shit, I need to notify the authorities about this." Mental. Anyway, guys, I do need to go. Gotta go to the school gates and act like a normal person for a bit, you know? God, there's so many mothers at the school gates. It's really weird. It is obviously mainly mothers. Just kind of like cattle waiting at the school gates to go in. I don't really feel like, you know, I don't really talk to people. It's a bit weird, isn't it? There's a bunch of women around I don't know. In this day and age, you speak to a woman, you'll be caught up on fucking charges too, so you've got to be careful out there. Caught up on some cancellation. Any trans mothers? No, I don't fucking know. What? But yeah, movie night. They always have a movie night on Friday night, so I have to get some candy and popcorn and stuff and watch whatever movie they want to watch. But I don't actually know what's out. What's on Disney Plus? Anything new? Got all the mainstreaming ones, all the mainstreaming stuff. Candy, fix up, mate. Why the fuck are you calling sweet? Sorry, I'm Americanized. Clarkson's Farm Season 3. New King Kong vs. Godzilla. The trouble is, it's got to be something they can all enjoy. Because obviously, my daughter has got very different interests than the boys do. You know, normally the boys are watching something like this. God, this is the kind of shit that they stick on when they've got the remote.
Let's rob this video blind! Yes, steal every subscriber, keep clicking that sub button! Oh no, I got caught! And now I'm under arrest in Brookhaven. But that's cool because I'm gonna become a criminal mastermind today and win this hide and seek. No one would ever expect a criminal to hide in prison. Oh, It's been a real rough week, goats. I got arrested in Brookhaven 3 times, all for stealing ice cream and getting my hair done. But I don't even have hair! That doesn't even make sense! Sonny,
Anyway. Oh. Dude, this is crazy. This is like a money spinner. These videos get fucking shitloads of views. 195k views, 96k views, 71k views. Oh, Barry's prison run.
Goats,
oh,
prison.
Yeah, they play this as well. Where's the you guys are the goats? It must be fuck. Hi, I love your vids. Dude, who are these people that respond to this? It must be kids. Sunny is super goat. Melon is goated. This is what you do on your days off. I should do. It's a fucking money spinner. But yeah, no, it's really weird because obviously this, and then at school and stuff, speaking to their friends, they learn all the words, like words that I'm obviously familiar with being terminally online. They say, you know, like, oh, that's cringe. That's cringe. They say that all the time. Bruh. They say fucking bruh. Dude, it's crazy. It is very weird, yeah. Just hearing something and it kind of takes you back. You're like, what? Where the fuck did you learn that? What if they started saying mogging? I don't know. They've learned swear words as well. They know they're not supposed to say them. Normally they ask and they say, can I say a swear word as a joke? And I'm obviously like, yeah, okay. And they do it. And then you go, don't say that though, you know, that's a bad word. Give them the pass, yeah, exactly. What have they said the N-word? Well, they've never said anything like that, but they have said gypsy. One of my boys kept calling my daughter a gypsy. I'd say, you know, obviously it's funny. You find it funny when they say stuff like that, but you can't show them that it's funny because then they'll do it more. So you need to kind of just go, okay, well, that's a bad word. You shouldn't say that word. That means it's very mean to say that. You got to do the parenting thing, you know? I mean, it's not even really a slur over here, but obviously using it as an insult, you've got to disincentivize or say that's bad behavior. I don't know. To be honest with you, I do obviously do the parental thing, but I do find it a bit obnoxious sometimes because I'm like, look, these are words I use all the fucking time, okay? Not slurs, but like just swear words and stuff. I'll always disincentivize and tell my kids it's wrong to say it and, you know, tell them off a bit, but fucking hell, man. They're going to learn anyway, you know? Chud is a cucked. Well, it's just you got to do the right thing. The thing is like, you know, you don't want them to get in trouble. Show them Skibbity Biden. They'll think that's funny. The VOD will be here, accessible. It's going to be up. You can watch it if you feel like a bit of politics detour. It's been fun. I've enjoyed it. I'll probably do it again at some point. But I mean, to be honest with you, like half of it was actually drama stuff anyway. So, but yeah, I'm sure there'll be more politics shit as the campaigning goes on. Have you had the Hitler talk yet? What is the Hitler talk? What is in... Wait, what? Yeah, we'll probably dip into the debates. Well, I'll mix a bit of coverage in. We'll get it all done, okay? Everyone knows the Hitler talk. Anyway, I do need to go. Listen, guys, this is the annoying thing about streaming for this, what feels like a short period of time. I feel like I'm just getting warmed up. But yeah, we don't want to pull a Rekieta. So I'm going to go. Anyway, guys, listen, thanks for coming by. Appreciate you all. I know this is a bit of a different vibe to how we normally do things. But I'll be back on Sunday, so I'm off tomorrow. I'll be back on Sunday at the normal time on my other YouTube channel, Twitch and Kick, covering whatever's happened in the last couple of days that I missed. Maybe some more Rekieta stuff and a few other things that I've got lined up too. It's going to be good. But I'll do more politics streams. I'll try and squeeze them in where we can when there's relevant stuff to talk about. Yep, Sunday. I'm off tomorrow because I've got the kids. No, I've got the kids tomorrow, so I'm off. But we're back on Sunday. Is anyone even live to raid? No one's live. I'm just going to have to end stream. Go and watch your favorite content creator, okay? Go and watch whoever it is that you want to watch. And look out for the Mr. Metica stream, where I believe he's going to be going over some of the antics of Nick Rekieta. So yeah, have fun, be good, enjoy yourselves, and I'll see you all on Sunday. See you then. Bye-bye. Good luck, Godspeed. My favourite content creator, any seriously speak. Well, thank you very much for that. Good luck, Godspeed, have fun, and I'll see you all on Sunday. Bye-bye.